Did you see it? Did you see it?
Hello. Hello.
I'm alive. I swear I'm alive. I just don't get things done very quickly is the problem. Especially when I'm like pressed for time and I'm like actually helping out Code with Final Fantasy nonsense. Thank you so much, Code, for thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hi there, Martin. Noodle the Martin. Wait, so is your first name Martin or is it Noodle then, I wonder? Doing your slappies thingamadoogs, and then you've got like a lion and a bear. We got Jason, we got Kiaru. All right, so we got a lot of people here. Hopefully it's not like absolute jank as I am proceeding to get everything running, because I know I was with in Final Fantasy with Code earlier, but I was in it with like a different client, which is only for like, you know, visual assistance with things such as the gold saucer and what have you. So, and I don't want to, or with the percentile chances on how Whatsumahoozies connects up or what have you in the book, I want to say. I don't know. I am running on fumes right now. My brain trying to get everything working, trying to make everything be a-okay. Slowly but surely, everything is getting there. Did I? Oh, I didn't do any further research into if I wanted a VPN thingamadiggies. So yeah, because this stream is slightly different from most others Saturday MMO nights, and that is because this MMO night. Also, why is the music stopped? Like, how dare yous? Come on. Chill Hop has not been doing very well in trying to run music while in the browser for whatever reasons. Like, what the F is wrong with them? Come on. There we go. All right, so this is a slightly different MMO than normal, because for the last little while, ever since Oceania was released for Endwalker, I want to say, or a little bit afterwards, I had moved to Oceania. And the reason for that is because, A, you get a lower ping rate when you're an Australian playing in an Australian... Oh my goodness, the music is still not wanting to do its job. Am I just going to have to refresh Chill Hop and have it run something else? Like, because my god, why is nothing wanting to work? Hi there, Renezak. Welcome to the stream. Music library. Lo-fi. Actually, no, hang on. And if I go clicking mahogany, there we go. And then lowering the volume just a little bit. There we go. So yeah, so I was in Ultros previously in the past, like when I first started playing this. And then the Oceania servers came out, so there was a data center called Materia that I joined in on. And I was hoping that because they were also talking about data center visitors, I was like, oh, even if I go to Materia, there's going to be a point in time in which like North Americans or Japanese will be able to, you know, visit the materia and such. And it's like they released data center visitors, but it was data center visitors within like the same thing. So rather than having, you know, NA peeps be able to see Europeans or Europeans seeing Oceanas, it was instead a case of, oh, if you're in North America, these 4 data centers visit each other. If you're in Europe, these 3 visit each other. And if you're in Japan or in Oceania, you're fresh out of luck. You have no way of visiting the other data centers, which was like, that kind of sucked a little bit. And the longer I was in materia with code and, you know, a small handful of the peeps that did move over, some of those peeps had other characters in North America and Europe anyway. So as materia was like sort of like slowing down, like there wasn't a lot of like outside of the rush content. So if you weren't at pace to whatever everyone else in materia was doing, which wasn't very easy to pinpoint, like there wasn't much going off. Like for example, like the tank benefit of, you know, queuing in for a dungeon half the time and normally getting it relatively instantly, like an insta slot, wasn't a thing very often in materia. Like even when I had like one of the regular peeps, like I think his name Velk Torum, even when he was in the party and such like that, who's a mentor and he was like a healer and I was going through my tank thing, we wouldn't get things for like over 7 minutes or something like that. And he's just sort of like, huh, what the fuck is going on here? And so some of the dungeons we do, even main story quest line like trials and such, we would then have to get like a party finder opened and set up a custom party finder thing. So yeah, and that was like in materia of all places. So after a while, there came this thought of, do I move back to the US, especially since some of the streaming peeps that I know of, Geralt, Dazzy, Sashera, they're all in North America as well. Geralt is like a Final Fantasy player, however, so he's like got multiple characters across the different data centers, but Dazzy and Sashera are all like, they only have the one character and it's all in the thing. It's all in Crystal. So it was a bit of a long decision, like figuring out like, oh, do I want to do the move, especially considering when I left from Ultros to go into materia, my friend list was like corrupted or what have you, so I have like no like good means of figuring out like my old friends from Ultros times. But so I was worried that like when I moved from materia into into Crystal, would I also lose like my friend list for the materia peeps and what have you, especially if they decide to move or something. In the end, thankfully, however, if anyone like, because Code was able to move into Crystal just like I was, and we were able to see each other's like friend thingamadiggy, which was really, you know, fortuitous. And to make a long story short, oh, the thingamadiggy's not shown. There we go. I'm in Goblin. Goblin of the Crystal Data Center. I am now in a North American data center, which means that there is going to be just a slight ping with the content I do. Like hang on a second. Let me go to the mender here. Repair all. Also, I need to exit. I need to see whether or not... I don't have it running. Updating my browser did nothing? What do you mean What do you mean? What did you do, Sashera? Your himbo is in NA now? Yes. I am now in a North American data center. You'll notice it in the bottom of in the title. I did this. I do this with any multiplayer thingamadiggies when there's like multiple worlds to choose from or something or other. But you can see in the title it says like where it is that I am. In this case, Crystal Data Center, Goblin World. In this case, Opera GX is refusing to cooperate with Twitch.
We need to get Grant to change back into Big Himbo Lion Man.
We don't need me to be, you know, forced into doing that. I am fine with my bunny boy. Hang on a second. I am fine with my bunny boy, thank you very, very much. He is A-okay with his critical edge and what have you. He is fine, do not worry. But yeah, Sashera, why aren't you using, like, are you sponsored by Opera GX instead of, like, oh, I don't know, Firefox? You know, because you're a kitsune, you're half fox. So wouldn't, like, the half fox be on the browser that is Firefox? I am a comedian some days. I don't know if Sashera appreciates this. You want a browser that was low CPU? It is, Firefox is low CPU, just don't have so many tabs. Look, if you want a browser with low CPU, get Edge either. Edge is an option. I have so many options available to me. Wait, when did the start getting wild? No. Oh, I have this button. Bah. Ba 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 ba. Oh, okay, mate. That joke was silly. Leaves. Don't leave! Please! You have a problem with object permanence. Tabs is how you remember to do things. Ill-advised. Hard pass. Also, Chrome has introduced, like, tab savers. So if you're in the settings and such, and there's some tabs you're not utilizing, they will just, like, sort of turn themselves off. So it's only when you go to them again that they'll refresh and do active information. Congratulations, Furry Cures! You are the first person who has entered into my stream today. Congratulations, you've beat out everyone. You have beat out Uranea Zach, Sashera, Code, Jason, Noodle the Martin. You've beat everyone here. You are the fastest viewer in my chat. Congratulations and good morning. All right, Moshamoa, I need to talk to you. Is there something I can do for you, my friend? Good day to you, Moshamoa. This is my associate, Grant. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackeys up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. No, I'm being absolutely serious, Furry Cures. You got here first. You have the thingamadiggy here and everything, see? Furry Cures is first. How far back are you in terms of the story content? I am currently at Shadowbringers. Have you not been, like, paying attention to the what I've been doing every Saturday? I'm currently at Shadowbringers. We're going through Alphanaud's thing, and then we're going with Amelia's thing after, I think. Mr. Lad, short blue hair. No, he said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seems to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Alright, heading to the south side of town. You transferred servers, you didn't have to make a new character. Yes, exactly right. I didn't want to make a new character in NA. I just want the one character. You're not gonna find me doing a Realm Reborn all over again, okay? I'm sorry. And I don't exactly want to spend character boosters either. He's big. So, I just have the one character. I'm not very sharp right now. I was sleeping, but only woke up because I had to throw up, so you missed a bit. Ah, okay. Hopefully you didn't miss, like, where you're vomiting. That would have been problematic. You're back from getting water. Excellent. Ah! Fuck, a toucan. Dink. I am also a, fucking... this fella here. There we go. Oh, hang on. There. Did it. I've now remembered to lock my bar. How do you add a quote? If you're a subscriber or a moderator, it's so, hang on. Quote me. Quote me. What is up with my robot? Hang on a second. Voice controls. Quote me. There we go. Did you just do that? Yes.
Furrycures 1221 has added
Where am I
quote
going?
number
Oh, there we go.
448. Quote me.
Search the surrounding for a male minstrel with short blue hair. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, taking in
Sashira
lightly
has added
subjects.
quote number 449. Oh. Ducka Toucan.
Okay. Oh, is that who they're talking about? No, that's a shoe bill. There he is. Whoever the fuck that is. A blue-haired mistle. That's the, they're Makote. The shoe bill. Look, Canadians and Australians, their military is absolutely fucking crazy, but they cannot handle birds. The Canadians can't handle geeses, the Australians can't handle emus. Don't ask them about their birds, okay? Don't ask them like, oh, if your military is so great, why do you have such a problem with birds? Actually, you know what? Chat, if you're not Australian or Canadian, ask them. Ask them for, you know, such a great military, why do they have such a huge problem with birds? If it's an Australian asking for clarification, ask them how they lost to a bunch of emus. And if it's a Canadian, ask them what they think about the geese. Grant, any sign of him? There. That's him. That's the criminal. You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. I need to move some tabs around and such like that. There we go. Whoever the fuck this dude is, like... It's weird being in this area, and suddenly there are people. Because over in, Materia, this place was actually, like, proper dead. So, it's very odd seeing random people up and about. Irenea Zach also struggles with birds. As a small child, they were attacked by a swan while visiting a duck pond. You sure it wasn't a swan pond? That's the first thing that's popping off in my head is, you went to a duck pond, you might have mistaken it for swans, or you might have mistaken a swan pond for ducks. Also, where the hell is he? God damn it, Toucan. Fuck off. Look at me go. Look at me go, doing like the 1, 2, 3 combos and all the other shit that this thing wants me to do. Everyone said Gunbreaker was gonna be so difficult. I'm having an okay time, it's not too bad. Like, look at this. Done. Easy. Oh my god. Alright, no, never mind. We're just gonna watch as these things, like, decide to make it a problem. Just like the Americans in 1943. Not my problem. Meanwhile, Japan just decides to make it our problem. Now, it's my problem. It was a public pond with a little vending machine with bird food. Wait, vending machines can have bird food? Wait. That does not exist. That is not a thing in Australia. That is clever, having a vending machine with like the feed and what have you. Because it's only in like maybe zoos that you'd get that. But you're saying this is just like a random pond? Nice. There we go. Ooh, I just realized there is someone. Oh, Can I use this? No. Can I use this? No. Can I use this? No. Can I use this? Yes, I can. Can I use that? Yes, I can. Awesome. I need to get rid of some of this shit. Egg. Egg. Gristle green. And another gristle green. The rural Midwest. God damn. They're fucking 4D chessing that nonsense. The vending machines here are shit. It's just drinks. And if you want something other than drinks, it's overpriced. The fuck are you?
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city.
Yeah, stealing from us isn't gonna do that.
I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry.
This man is gonna
Maybe
cry,
I could steal
isn't he?
your idea. Get in that way.
This isn't Baldur's Gate 3, Kiaru. You're not gonna convince me with the dark urges.
What is your name?
Like, if you're gonna convince me to do
shit.
something, it's gonna be like ordering McDonald's at this point, or staying up until the next day for the Fortnite tournament at 9 in the morning.
Tell me then, Kaishir. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
Okay, hang on. This thing is... There we go.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Your friends are kind of a dick for moving into the rich neighborhood without bringing you along, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, one of my friends is like literally like 2 blocks away, and I regularly forget to visit them. You're not gonna find me moving into like fucking Hamilton over in north of the river.
Moran's interest.
You'll give me your place. Just like that.
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
There's gonna come a point where we're just gonna sneak into this place, isn't there?
Thank you.
Remember. Give in, stay away, give me what I want, which is more zebra. You can like see like you can see the Zeebs in like other places.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kaishir, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
Why don't I just break in? I think this is the problem with the story when they decide to throw me into another universe and I forget,
to bring
like, as the Warrior of Light, that there's like laws and shit.
Countless lives might be
I'm just
saved,
sitting
not
here,
least
just sort of
one.
like, why don't we
Even
just
if it
kill
came at the
these
cost of
fuckers?
one man.
This is how murder hobos start in D&D. Is you deal with the bureaucracy for so long, you're going to crack like the Oppenheimer bomber. No, not the Oppenheimer bomber, the Unabomber, that's it. Like, have you read his shit? I haven't personally, but apparently, like, he wrote a manifesto or some shit, and it's basically like, it's basically like the 1980s or 70s equivalent of a Sigma incel, where he's just like, ugh, the technology is ruining humanity and is furthering the capitalist incentive to fuck up the world, which means that I do not get my success and women will not fuck me. It's like that kind of crazy level of things aren't going my way, so I'm going to wreck the rest of the world. The Unabomber is crazy. You honestly know nothing about Alpha's story? Your intro to Final Fantasy XIV was a streamer doing What's-a-Mahoozy's story and you cried. I don't know how to say that name. I forgot what this guy was talking about. That's not who you are. I'll remind him of how I think of him, because granted, it's been like a year since I've seen him.
I suppose not.
And yet he is the same size.
Lauristinian
This
here
dude is a
will most
fucking
likely
teenager.
scoff at my
I haven't seen him for a year,
Same old
and you're
outfit,
telling me he
ever
hasn't
the slave to
changed?
sentiment.
Puberty has ignored this man.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending.
This
Shall we
man
return to right,
needs
then?
more puberty. Your avatar and Warrior of Light are giving me major assistance. Are you a himbo furry or a twink with ears? Hey, hang on. That's a furry, okay? This is a furry. And so is he. And so is, hang on a second. So is this little guy. Now that guy can fuck off. You just need to believe. Anyone can be a furry. If you just
Don't make me
believe.
send you to Jesus myself.
So, look, this guy is a furry. See? Fur. Dawntail is giving NPCs a visual update. Nice! I need to get my shit sorted before Dawntail comes out. Because otherwise, I am probably going to still be in Final Fantasy XIV and never move on to a different MMO to try. I know some people would be very curious how I deal with World of Warcraft, but I'm gonna be real, I probably would not deal with it very well. Furry Cures, why you gotta look at my ass? What is he seeing?
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Is that just like another... Hang on. Is that just Thangcreed? You think you're gonna have the ability to juggle MMOs? Look, two years ago, I thought I did. 2 years ago, when I first started doing this, I very much thought that I did have the means to juggle MMOs. Like, I'm gonna be real, I thought I would be done with this main quest storyline. Like, I thought I would be done with fucking Alpha Nut here in like 6 months, tops. I thought I would be done with this, like, in 6 months. It took me a year before I reached Heaven's Ward. It's taking me 2 years. Yeah, I called him Alpha Nut. This guy, if you remember, this fucking twink right here, he was a dick in A Realm Reborn. The dude was wearing futuristic fantasy gear, and we were like looking at all the different city-states that existed. Ul'dah, Gridania, Limsa-Lominsa. Limsa-Lominsa is my personal fave because it's Proto-America, and plus you have the strong big lady as like the president / general arms, like the Grand Master of the Master of Command, like the Attorney General, like the big guns and shit like that. I very much liked her. And Alphino here, this fucking dick is like, oh, you Proto-America, you mean fucking British? Listen here, Kiaru. In the terms of Final Fantasy XIV, Ul'dah is late-stage capitalism, Gridania is fantasy Britain, and Limsa-Lominsa is Proto-America, because guess what Limsa-Lominsa is? It is a group of merchants and mercenaries and all kinds of professions who normally do their travel across the seas and their commerce living on a couple of islands or near the ocean, and they come together to form a united military and a united nation. No, Australia, no, because Limsa-Lominsa, the people opted in for that kind of shit, okay? Australia is like for criminals and what have you. So, and you know, even when Australia wanted their independence, they asked really nicely. They were just sort of like, clunk, clunk, clunk. Please, madam, please give us our independence. Whereas the Americans were just sort of like, we demand. Hang on a second. The Americans were like, we demand our independence. We are a nation born with one nation under God, and we shall do what we can. We will throw teas into the harbor. We will recruit the Dutch. We will accept any and all in the walks of life, so that we will have taxation with representation and elected officials that are in a belief of our rights and for our needs, rather than a group of royalties getting into the seat of power just because of the luck of their birth. We want representatives who represent us. And that's how, you know, America did. And then, you know, years later on, it became a capitalist thing, much like Ul'dah. But we ignore the fact that, you know, America and Ul'dah is probably a little more closely related than Limsolo Minsa is. But point is, that dick there bad-mouthed every single one of the political systems. Like a fucking Hassan, he just complained and gave us like the fucking fantasy equivalent of, oh, if we just came together and some nonsense. It's like, cool, thanks. You offered no good constructive alternative for any of the existing systems. You would just rather that they didn't exist in the first place to do your own thing, okay? Why does he have that sound clip on hand at any given moment? Sometimes it's just necessary. Plus, it's part of the public domain because it's an anthem. Point is, Grant is crying at the fact he isn't British. Fuck you. Fuck the British. You guys are following a decrepit old man. Actually, we're technically following a decrepit old man as well, but we elected the decrepit old man. You just had to deal with him because he, like, had to stay alive for the job and get the promotion. All right, I'm a peace out. Not to worry, Noodle. You silly, so have this. Have what? You said you're silly, so have this. Oh, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Thanks. Grant showing his lack of understanding of the history of Western civilization. Moving on from politics. This was all to explain that I thought I would get this done in 6 months. It's 2 years on, and I'm only just now getting to the expansion that was available to me when I first started this. This was the expansion I had when when I started Final Fantasy XIV and what have you. Oh, I don't fly, god damn it. I forgot I don't fly. Am I enjoying the game? Oh no, I'm absolutely enjoying this game. Like, don't get me wrong. I might badmouth it and such like that, but I have been having very fun moments. Like, the fact that I was able to call him Alpha Nut for a while, and then I finally gave him and then I'm finally like respectful of him after Heaven's Ward and the work that he did when we did our round the world trip with Estinian and what's-a-mahoozy lady, the crystal one who died. The fact that I was going through like the last 4 dungeons or something like that, and everyone was running through the dungeon, like, you know, the Praetorium and the Castrum, those things. You remember those? When I went through it, everyone was running. It was a fever dream. I was like, oh shit. Like, everyone was running and such and sprinting, and I was like, oh shit, I'm in the tank. I gotta keep up. And it was just a fever of like just trying to keep up with it, but because the clips were like, oh, you can't like skip the cutscenes or anything like that, I then ended up with like, you know what? Fuck it. It's 9 p.m. We're so close to the end of Heaven's Ward. I'ma get a drink. I got myself a rum and coke. So when we're running through the Praetorium and shit, I had to... Did you do the Praetorium before they cut it into 3 pieces? I don't think so. Because Shadowbringers was out by the time when I was going through A Realm Reborn and such like that. It's probably like somewhere really far away now, like the last stream with A Realm Reborn and shit. I don't know where it is. But yeah, like when I was going through the Praetorium, I decided to just have a rum and coke while we're going through it because everyone is just sprinting, and it was like, oh, tank, you're fine. Just, you know, do your AoEs and follow us. And I'm like, okay, sounds good. And it was just so much fun. And then we faced Laha Bread. It was great. And oh, hang on a second. I need to find an image. There is an image that okay, maybe it was someone else that took it. Control K. Do they have it? Please. Please. This was a long time ago. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. So, long time ago, Thorin the Bull was like one of the peeps I was with when we did Final Fantasy nonsense. Give me a few. Oh, he said like some shit. Oh my god, there's so much role-playing messages. Why was there so many role-playing messages? Scrolling up, come on. I swear it was you that had it. Like, I wish there was like a media tab in Discord like there is in Telegram. Where is it? There's an image of like I think it's like the 4 or 8 peeps in the Praetorium. Like there's a picture of them when we're like about to run in or something or rather. Where is it? July 26th. Is it further back than that? Where is it? On. You still scrolling. Where is it? Oh boy. It may not be in this chat. Maybe. No, maybe not. Come on. Is it? Okay, I don't think...
Arya Soulsong paid me to say on. You're finally on our servers.
Yes, I am in the North American servers. I am in Crystal with the world Goblin. Oh my god, there's so much stuff here. Okay. Maybe it's not in this person's thingy-madoogies. Oh, that's upsetties. I was hoping it was. Because it's hard to see whether or not, like... Okay, maybe he's over in, where is it? Maybe it's in Savage. Hang on a second. Give me a second. Maybe it's...
Syra, you paid me to say Grant is racist to me, ignoring
What?
my chats just because I'm British.
Why don't you use your pay-to-win mount? Because the whale is, like, way too big, okay? I'm fine with just using whatever mount I want. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for... I remember that was a problem as well when I was in Code's chat. I forgot the motorbike is the pay-to-win as well? Oh. Oh, I love the motorbike, don't get me wrong. I will most certainly use the motorbike then. I thought you were talking about the whale. Because mounts aren't pay to win is the thing. Alright, hang on. Nope, okay. No, I can't find it in codes. Maybe it's in my, hang on a second. Documents, my games. Where's my games? The motorbike goes faster than... Wait, it does? That's news to me. Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn, screenshots. Give me a second. It's hopefully somewhere in here. You explained it 2 hours ago. I wasn't listening. I'ma be real. I probably was not listening to the pay-to-win nonsense. Where is it? Oh my god, is it not here? It's not here.
Syra, you paid me to say Grant is confirmed racist against British people, ignoring my information.
When have the British ever been right? Oh, it's not here. That's a shame. Gosh darn it. There was a picture where we were at the Praetorium. It's that pose where you're at the Praetorium with Sid, and it has the characters in the background, and you just have like the fucking like Hrothgars going, why this game has taken him 2 years. Shut up. All right, back to the game then. Back to the game then. Let me go talk to this wrench. Let me talk to him. Fine. I thought the whale was pay to win because of the fact that it had multiple slots and what have you. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Whaling is pay to win as well. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going.
Sire, you paid me to say, when have the British ever been right? Ignoring any disagreements I may have about this statement, if Grant loves America, or Australia, Britain was the origin of both.
Yeah, but to be fair, they are built off of the failures of Britain. Alright? So, it's still a win for me. Because no one plans to fail in a plan, okay? Damn. I was really hoping it would... I really hoped the image would be... Oh, maybe it's in screenshots. Nope, it isn't. Okay, never mind. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited into Elmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their tastes, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vauntry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the, balustrade into the goddamn ocean. I don't have copium, thank you very much.
Sire, you paid me to say Nedgo copium, Nedgo copium, Nedgo copium.
From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though, if I hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Uh-huh. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vauntry, passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Ulmore, his word is law. Yeah, this is... The more I hear about Ulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we must convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city? Grant hasn't accepted... Wait, what?
Aria Soul Song paid me to say hey.
Hi.
Hey, Grant?
Hi.
There be a little something to the left for you.
That makes sense. Hi. Donk. Alrighty, pay to win. Here we go. Is it? It does not feel faster. Is it? Is it faster? Chat, does this look faster? Okay, that was kind of cool, being able to just jump that rather than it turning into a fight thing. Jump. I wonder what Tristal will do now. Oh, he's right there. Oh, I was supposed to say hi to him. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life, and if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Ulmore, insofar as I'm able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's playing you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Ulmorian elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll be doing instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying days. That's kind of sad. Man, I hope an artist never gets that kind of feeling. But yeah, is that the Advent Children bike? Yes, it is. It is Cloud Strife's motorcycle. Look at it. There we go. So yeah, it's really cool. Oh, yes, I'm Himbo being Himbo. It sets your mount speed to 1 star while riding it if it's not 1 star or higher. Oh. I don't know what that means. Alphanod weighs the brush you receive from Tristal, deep in thought. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhaps you could pose as my assistant. Sounds good to me. Mount speed in your chat. I cannot spell for shit. Hang on. Mount speed. Mount speed is unavailable at this time. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. I don't know what that means as a mantra for you at this point. Alright, so 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. I don't know where Ilzabard is. And then, oh, okay, so... Oh, Jesus Christ, that is very far out. And I guess that is where... No, this isn't where I am, and then this is where I am. Ooh, there's, blue check marks. If you get on your bike, it acts like 1 star. So, because I don't have the 1 stars there, it means that the thing... Yeah, okay. Hey, an Aether Current. Appears to have been awaiting your arrival. Excuse me, but you're the gentleman Alphanod was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. Ah, Grant, how lovely to meet you. My name is Ulyss, and I am the acting village mayor. I was hoping blah 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 blah. I just want the Aether Current mission, thank you very much. Head north of Wright and slay any monsters that threaten whatsamahoozies. We might as well get the Aether Current while we're here. When you don't have 1 star in an area, the bike gives you 1 star, so it's pay to win. It didn't look right at lower speeds. Good to know. Oh my god, that's a level 73.
Arya Soul Song told me to say you cool if I tag along as healer.
I don't know how much stuff I will get into that will actually be... Because, like, missions, for example, sometimes don't offer dungeons and what have you. Or they'll want you getting into a... What's it called? An instance. And you can't have parties in instances. Like, I ran into that problem when dealing with A Realm Reborn earlier. Alright, ding, dong. And what's more is, like, I've already done my dailies and what have you. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before more predators have a chance to gather. Alrighty, let's see how this one feels. Can you get an ooh-woos? Don't talk to you. Blah, 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 blah. Skip.
Syra, you paid me to say imagine having a pay-to-win mount, and using the Chocobo. I just felt like having the bot say that.
Fair enough. If you didn't have the bot saying it, I would have ignored you for the fact that you're British. Anywhoosies, what am I doing next? You don't know how quickly I was gonna right-click Cookie just to get on a mount, by the by. It was very tempting to do it then. Yum. Good day to you. Skip all this. Skip. This is just Aether Current nonsense. Hi there, Davy boy. You noticed the stream in the recommended sections. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well myself, thank you very much. It's the evenings for me instead of the morning.
Arya Soulsong paid me to say I don't mind waiting for you while you tackle the solo segments. Just helping in any way I can makes me more than happy.
Fair enough. I understand. Yeah, if I run into a dungeon or anything like that, I will definitely send invites. Also, Sashera, hang on, where's my zoom button? Here it is. Sashera, I need your name in the Final Fantasy so I can send you an invite, or you send me an invite, because GrantZeebs, very easy to remember. I don't know what your name is in this system and such like that. Some people have absolutely crazy names. Like someone was a Lalafell, and they had like the phonetic thingy-majiggy of Biggest Stickus or something like that. And it was just like, why would you have such a name? You're a Lalafell. You don't have big names. You're meant to have little names like Pipsqueak or Sugar Plum or Pumpkin Stack. But yeah, hopefully you're having a good morning, Davy boy. I like your name, Davy boy.
Syra, you paid me to say hashtag cancel Grant, hashtag cancel culture, hashtag ban Grant, hashtag it's too warm here, hash please give a mess no, hashtag Grant is xenophobic, hashtag Grant. You
know, I have something to say to that. Hang on a second, give me a second. Let me find the thingy-majiggy. I have something to say about that.
Care didn't ask cry about it, stay mad, get real Elmald seed cope.
That's what I have to say about that. Canceling Grant. I'm a furry. We get canceled for so many weird things. Like, oh my goodness, this horse is dressed like a horse. Oh my goodness, this person has a dog and a dog costume. Oh my goodness, furries have relationships and it's consensual? Oh my goodness, furries have transgender members in their community? Although, to be real, I have been hearing recently that even the transgender individuals in the furry community don't really get a lot of respect in the furry community, and we really need to improve on that kind of stuff. We should be able to not only validate them for their attendance, but should also welcome them into our communities. Remind me to send you a mold seep cope version of Hidalin. There's a depression emote now. There is a depression emote. Hang on a second. FF14 depression. Let me find it. Uranina
Zach paid me to say furries might have relationships, but that isn't something you have experience on Sips T.
Oh! Oh, that was so real! Ah! That was very real, Irenaeus Zach. I hope that really cut into me. Hang on, I need to find... Where is it? There's actually a screenshot. I need to find the screenshot. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be in my Twitters. Hang on. Hang on. It's in my Twitters. Let me find my Twitters. And not the boobies. Just give me the Final Fantasy tweet, please. There was a Final Fantasy tweet that made a joke that they added depression into the game, and they're like, oh, Jesus. What was I experiencing before this? I need to here it is. Nope, that's not it. That's just saying that, you know, here it is. Save image as. Save this image.
Syra, you paid me to say Grant, just look at the stupid meme I put in your Discord private messages.
Oh, you could have also put it in the memes channel of my Discord. Look at this. Patch 2 point something. Depression has been added. It's so silly. I had a chuckle at this. Depression has been added. Huh? Then what was I feeling before? Do you have food money? Like IRL? I think so. Hang on a second. I now need to look in my Discord because Kiaru doesn't want to use my normal Discord. Donk. Thank you. That looks funny. I feel like I got spoiled, however, because that crystal looks suspiciously realistic and not just a color change like it is in Photoshop. Yep, cool. So that mission should be done now. Come on. Yep, cool. We get that. Oh. What? You have like a whole quest line? The hell is with that? Okay, we're not dealing with that. I just wanted the mission for the Aether Current. I'm not gonna run through your entire blue tick thingy-majiggy. I have better things to do. I have a main quest line, unless this next blue tick is also going to give me an Aether Current, in which case I'm probably going to do that. That's literally from A Realm Reborn. You skipped the credits, didn't you? I probably did. It's credits. Why? This isn't a Marvel film. I'm not going to sit watching the credits hoping for something, okay? Marvel has ruined filming because of that, like, not filming in its entirety, but they've ruined the exiting of filming by putting post-credit scenes into their films, and it doesn't fucking matter because they're going to release it at some point, either online or in a DVD special. There's no point in a post-credit scene anymore. It's just advertisement for the next Marvel film. And we're already gonna get that advertisement in the next Marvel film because they did that in fucking Spider-Man. They did it in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. It's not the same as when they first did it back in Iron Man or Endgame. Sorry. Yay, accept. There we go. Oh, look at Sashera. Hang on a second. Let me just put my friend list on blast. Look at Sashera, fucking level 90. Look at that, a level 90. If I click on the adventurers plate, what do I get? Oh my goodness, someone has made their look at that plate. That is a custom, that is a pose, that is a lot of extra work. And that's a glamour if ever I've seen one. They put in the work. Honka honka. I'm sorry. I the intrusive thought won at that moment where I was just sort of like Grant out here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So do I get my 6 level 90s or no? Wait, hang on. Does it like tell you how many? Hang on. Friend list. Does it tell me? Hang on. View adventure. Okay, it tells me that you're scholar. Search. Oh, here we go. Search info. All right, let's go even further. Look at this. Oh, English. They will highlighted letters indicate the language they are available to play in. I have gone the toxic route of making myself available to all those letters. Whoop, too far. Look at that. Clan Mist. 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 Kind of surprised you didn't take my diamond away. Hey, that's fine. I got a lot of VIPs, thingamadoogs. Let's see. Ooh, hang on. Whoop, went too far. You're a warrior tank. Respect. I love it. Warrior is a very fun tank. And then let's see. You've gone 90 in the scholar, in the astrologian, and yes. Did you do level 90 Reaper because you started at level 80 with the Reaper? Damn it. I don't know what that says.
Sire, you paid me to say in fact.
In fact, long death stares. The bot gave up on Jap. It looked at it and it was just like, nah, I'm out. It looked at it and it didn't know what to do. Like a classic American, it looked at it and was just like, nah, I'm not gonna try. There are rules in the chat where I prefer people to speak in English, so then that way I don't have to, you know, deal with the moderation issues of someone throwing like the worst profanity they can in a foreign language. You're in Depression Valley. Wait, that's a thing? Wait, are you being like expressive of like you're actually in depression, or is there like a thing in here called Depression Valley? Also, I'm too high up. Hang on. There we go. Oop. Bink. Donk. Can I have a refund and try again? No. Hang on. Refund. Refund. You know what? I'm just gonna refund. Actually, I won't. I can't refund everyone because one of the commands is the
Sire,
first.
you paid me to say oak, atama ohiasu ho ho o oshitaku dasai. Koko wa totimo etsu idisu.
Huh. I don't know. Something I can do for you, stranger. Well, beat me with a hammer. Has it been that that's someone. Who is that? Also, hang on, I could probably be sitting in my Discord right now in case people wanted to actually, like, if they were, like, sitting in my, stream right now and decided to, like, fucking lurk in there. Let me just, like, do a slow turn to reveal who's behind the wing. Damn it, it's not gonna let me reveal who's behind the wing. Alright, fine, I just need to talk to this person. Tell me how to cool down, it's very hot here. Take everything off, run a fan, get some ice cubes, have a drink of water. The fuck am I giving this man? Use the powdered jar on the keel points. Oh, these things. Dunk. And then jump. And then... Why would they put it in this weird spot, I wonder? Also, hi, Sashera. Who's this? Oran Dobi. They'll pipe up in chat, no doubt. They're gonna be like, I have no... Please add me. Oh, wait, someone did write that. Hang on a second. Hi, Davy boy. That's who... Okay, can I put, like, a note to you? Respond to friend request. Yes. And then... can I... How do I put a note to use? Like, hang on. Right-click. Damn it. I can assign people to groups, but I can't give... Why can't I give them nicknames? That would have been very helpful if I could assign people nicknames. Oh my goodness, I just clicked on the setup button. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Shit. There's probably going to be multiple programs running shortly, and it's going to weird out my machine. Ding dong. Oh, hopefully, thankfully it hasn't. Yep, I understand it's already running. Yep, I understand it's already running. It's already being used. Yes, I understand. Close this one because there we go. There's like multiple cancel. There's multiple thingy-madiggies running right now.
Syra, you paid me to say hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, StreamerBot isn't like the strongest with the crazy nonsense. I wish I had Biku bot, so then that way it could do more of the like the Parsity things. But I want Speaker bot to do the Parsity things. You have a name on your adventurer plate to make it easier. Nice. God, that's a cool mount. But you can't beat this one. Damn it, I can't fly. Ah, you got the dog too. Oh, that's unfair. I like mine. Okay. Oh, does he act as a 1-star as well? Does the Shiba Inu act as a 1-star as well? Ding. Ding. Does he act as a 1-star? I don't know.
Uranina paid me to say if that isn't what you sound like when you try to kiss me, I don't want it.
Yeah. No, hang on. Let me get the sound. Jojo Lelo Lelo. There we go. This is only going to be for those. This won't pop up in the VOD, but I present to you Kakuin eating a strawberry. It's Kiaru's just sitting there in the nosebleed section, just going, "It's a fucking cherry," just wanting to just like reach over and strangle me, just being like, "Know your anime references. It's a cherry, not a strawberry." Can you help Grant see the speed difference of the SDS, Fenrir, and the Shibu? All right, give me a second. I will get on the mount and... Hi, Davy boy. All right. Oh my god, you have wings. Why do you have wings? That makes no sense. There is no race that has... Wait, can you fly? Oop. Don't. See, I can do it too. See, I can do it. All right. You should know his fruits. The community is full of them. Yeah, you got your bears, you got your twings, you got your tops, you got your bottoms. I know the fruits of my community. Thank you very much. Alrighty, hang on a second. Vroom. I don't know how many people are 1-stars here. Unless. Which one of you two has the 1-star thingy-madiggies? That is side erasure? Wait, what? Have you ever played Monster Hunt? Not like the high bill thingy-madiggies. Not the high build stuff. I've only done like like these clan marks, and I've probably done like the 1 or 2s. I've not done like an elite mark. Oh, that's a Monster Hunter thingy-majiggy. Alrighty, so if I... Alrighty, here we go. So we're gonna start from here. So you're gonna go on to like those stairs there. Alright. I'm gonna press R. Hang on. So just so we have an idea of sync, okay? So Space. 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 Just so you have an idea of like timing and what have you. Oh, add them to a party and do... That makes a little more sense. Hang on a second. Whoop. That's probably making that will probably make a little more sense. Invite to party, invite to party. Countdown. 5 seconds. I don't know. Are you sure? We look the same. Oh. 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 Oh, there is a difference. Oh, there is a difference. I'm gonna make it. I'll come second if I have to. Now get on your SDS and drive back. Alrighty. And then... She's on a fucking mouse. Alrighty. Alrighty, here we go. Count down. I wonder if I can do countdown 5 and that will do the same thing. Yeah! Sup, Max? Welcome to the stream. I'm having a race. Oh my god, I'm still winning. Holy shit. Oh my god, there is actually a difference. You are committing great crimes in Payday 3? Hey, nice going. I know some people have been complaining about Payday 3, but I think those are just growing pains until it, you know, gets through with it. You're flying! You're not meant to do that! What the hell? Why is you flying? Sash cheated. You flew. You flew. Alright, who do I talk to next? Oh, hang on a second. Bing. Zonk. Where is my mount guide? And then I'm gonna put you there. Just have a giant fucking whale. I love Davy Boy's I love Davy Boy's like little motorcycle. I think I quite like his. Oh, his whale's cooler. That's a much cooler whale. Oh, I'm getting caught by the... Got caught by a random rat. Grant is special, you love him regardless. Is that just special because I'm just like I'm just that unique of a himbo, or am I special because of the chromosome? Alrighty then. Well, that's a relief. Yay, cool. Give me my Aether Current, please. Yes, thank you. Yeah, wait, did I level up? Or was that my bird? Hang on a second. Who did that? Companion. I saw a level up thingy. Also, that's a cool thingy-madoogs. You know it's pay to win. Are you actually going to use it? Yes. I am going to remember to use this thing whenever I can. On to the next mission. Yunk. Jump. Nyom. Look at me go. The umbrella mount is nice. So yeah, there are a number, I remember watching a guide a long time ago about like the different mounts you can get, and I think some of the PvP mounts were really cool, but you're probably not gonna catch me doing a lot of PvP content in this thing. That was another Aether Current, you silly. No, I know that blue tick was for the other Aether Current. That's why I attended it, because I was like right there. I might as well get it while I'm here. That's why I did it. So, yonk. But yeah, that's cool. Alright. Looking around, checking, scoping it out. The level up was the Aether Current. Makes a little bit more sense. Excuse me. Oh! Here they come. Ah, it's the Harlequins. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who makes pearls from plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint portraits at least. Landscapes and still lives are rarely commissioned these days. Oh ho! I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpiece on your person? Oh, well, she just dropped the rhyming thing right at the get-go. Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. That is a lie. Artists will always have art. I bet you. Get your artist friend. I bet you they've got something. It's probably like, you know what? It's probably like in their phone or something like that of, here's a little silly thing I doodled. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Oh ho! Flecks of paint, both old and new. A tool much loved and much used. There we go. Now she's back into the rhyming. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop? Very well. Come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher? Or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Ulmore's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token.
Sire, you paid me to say the himbo is trying to prove Alfinord lying, when he is literally trying to get into a city to help you. You would not be very good if this were real life.
This was
Hold
out
on
of
your
character
lying.
commentary.
Artists always have art. They decide to not to let you in.
I was just doing an out of character commentary. It wasn't like it wasn't in universe. Dun, 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 dun. Nice.
Redemption is beyond us.
What? Who said that?
The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
I need to like shrink the text so then that way it doesn't like I'm blocking it in a way. That way it's like, because like probably on normal days I would like make it like this massive fucking thingamadiggy, but I think otherwise I'm just gonna go with.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
This is the dude in the tower, right? The guy who brought us here in the first place? Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not a single tear? Moving right along, then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice, loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folks off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gatetown, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go! Enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. Rightio, so Crystal Arc is not the narrator for this. I will probably catch on to who the narrator is for this one another time. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we have better show ourselves willing for the time being. Alright, hopefully I'm going the right way. Sasher is right behind me. Dun 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 dun. Ooh, Aether Shard. Wait, did that just say Glory Hole? No, Glory Gate. Okay. I was weirded out for a second.
Arya Soulsong paid me to say could I get an invite. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, yep. Like, considering I just started up a party randomly to do races and such, makes sense. Hang on a sec. Yunk. Invite to party. There we go. We are now officially a light party. We can now just why all three of you are just a different brand of healer. I don't know what you think of my tanking skills, but I don't think I'm like that low of a tanker where I need like 3 different healers to keep me alive. It's just sort of being like, oh no, Grant, boo-boo. Oh no, Grant, boo-boo. Welcome to Elmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alphano, an artist, and this is Grant, my assistant. Oh, I regularly forget about my mitigations. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forgo the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Ullamore are divided into 2 classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Van-Three, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen, in your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. Wait. Is this dude just talking about slavery? Of like, oh, welcome. Hi, we're immigration. Welcome to our country. Do you have a job? No? Well, get out. The fuck is this? I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The 2 patrons, actually. Chanuz and Dulachai, a Mistral couple who most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, and I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. Grant has just caught on to this city. Look, I thought this city was like dystopian, like really cheap pay and such like that for the workers, whereas the freebies are all like inheritance and shit. You know, like a monarchy, like Ul'dah. But nope, this thing just has slavery, just right in the get-go. Why can't we have a fantasy world without slavery? Why is that? Why do we get that? Why do we get, a fantasy world where impossible things are possibly happening? What, slavery? Oh no, that's a necessity in some societies, I'm sorry to say. We haven't yet solved, we haven't yet created a society that gets the benefits of slavery without the slavery. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you'll be you will officially be Ulmorian citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Registration officer. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. I'm just imagining the papers, please sound. So instead of this one, you get the burden, dun, 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 and you just have like the voice comp thing. It's just like clunk clunk, and then you. Yeah, that's the name. Glory to Arstotka. What have we here? Alphino artist, Grant, artist assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Chinas and Lady Dulachai. Everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it's best that we deliver you to Chai's residence before... Huh? Oh dear. You smell hideous! Huh? Did you crawl out here through a ditch? It's an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beasts. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whatever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll have to splash yourselves with this perfume, liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Korneni, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I haven't realized we were so aromic. There is just an aroma of stenches. All right, so. Oh, wrong room. Oh, wrong. There we go. Dun-dun. Hang on. Dink. There we go. I'm not gonna get my clothes wet. That's a bit of a dumb thing to do. You rinse yourself clean in the steam of water. I'm a handsome man, aren't I? Aromatic, because Grant doesn't know the letters A and T exist. Yeah, it's grn. It's definitely grn. All right, hang on a sec. Ding. Glamour plates. Let's go for... What is the appropriate attire we are going to wear? Let's wear this while we're in the thingy-majiggies. Apply the sweet-smelling perfume. Where the fuck is the perfume? Not here. The fuck is the perfume? Where the fuck is the perfume? Nope. Am I just... Hide your weapon? I don't have the thingy-majiggy to hide my weapon. That's not an option. Where's the perfume? Oh, there we go. It was in my inventory already. There we go. As directed, fills the air. There we go. Your bag? I can't put it away. Proceed to the canopy. Yes, indeed. Oh, there we go. That makes a little more sense. Oh my god. You know who this woman reminds me of? Look at this woman. All right. Do you guys remember the film Howl's Moving Castle? That there is the Witch of the Wilds. Except she's like a lot shorter. You remember how she's like in the thingamadiggy and she's like, what a tacky little hat shop.
Alert himbo, 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 alert.
You good? Oh, I'm not meant to be up here yet. Okay, hang on a second. This gets funnier. Hang on a sec. I need to head back to the butt. Yum. Seems rather exposed to ones, does it not? What? Alize would have been drying her hair by now. Wouldn't she just? Very well. I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness then. Courage, Alphanaut. Dude, you're going into a shower. Stop acting like a weeb. Everyone has to do it. It's in the rule book for Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. Just get a shower. Oh, and he's wearing the exact same shit he wore earlier. At least I changed. Look at me. At least I changed my clothes. He's just in the same clothes he was stinky in. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? Look, he's a French, he has like the French descendancy and shit. He should have other clothes. He didn't have those clothes. He didn't have those clothes when we were back in Stormblood. He had a different set of clothes. He could have easily have swapped to that. Oh, I need to go this way. That's fancy. Also, I love how you have the pumpkin head and the lantern as your, like, you're definitely sticking to a Halloween theme with your attire. I absolutely love it, by the by. It's great work. Clap. Whoop. Clap. Alrighty. So this way, because I now need to speak to whatsamahoozies over here. Corn. I need to go speak to Corn. Yeah, these guys are gonna lose in a fight, I feel. You're looking to present yourself to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city is laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory and where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of the Ulmor spend their days. So, if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, and then you look for the Grand Dame's Parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. I thought I could use the elevator like any regular person. Alright, sprinting. Grant, stop skipping the important cutscenes, like how the people they arrived, they were naked. Look, I'm not... Hang on a sec, I gotta keep climbing, keep climbing, keep climbing, keep climbing, and there we are. I was here before! Alright, they better appreciate the clothing I put on for them, otherwise I'm going back to my normal edgy attire. More tea, sir? Ah, yes, Mrs. Chai. I very much enjoy tea. Thank you, Mr. Chai. I also enjoy my tea.
Oh, who's this then?
Hi. You can sit on Dula Chai's chair and you clip into her because she isn't real. Well, that's mean. She's right fucking there. I'm sorry.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
I'm going to be real with you. Lord Chai has a type. He, like...
Ah, you
here
must be the new,
This man right here. This dude, he has a type. You can't tell me he doesn't have a type, okay? Short of us going into a plot line where it turns out that he's having like an illicit affair with someone else and is like, oh, but she's a bonded person. I can't possibly have my affection of a bonded person be known. There would be scrutiny in the thingamadiggies. Like short of that plot line happening, which I don't think is gonna happen. This dude there, he has a type.
Oh, goodness me. What an adorable boy.
Oh, look at the boy. Look at the adorable boy.
That silken hair, those pearly cheeks. Oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
Oh my goodness.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Now, did the previous painter, like, just fail to do a good painting?
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Look at me just being his assistant. She clearly didn't eat all the previous artists. We talked to the last one.
Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Yes. I am the assistant. I am dressed for the attire. Aw, look at me doing the bow while I'm in a dress.
I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other.
And the artist assistant dressed as a maid. Hey,
resolved to prevail.
The artist and the assistant could have like all kinds of things going off, okay? Like I'm pretty sure Da Vinci was boning his assistant, okay? And gave him all kinds of like flowers and gifts and what have you. There could be things going on that you don't know about. This is probably like the weird. This is probably like the most sane of the artists and assistants that you can get in Rome.
Unique insight guiding my hand. The art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture has begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement.
Whatever you say. Whatever I say.
And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Ooh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content.
Brilliant.
Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Oh my god, this man. Either he is very much in love with her, or he's having an affair. I hope he doesn't have an affair. It would be rude if he didn't. It'd be rude if he did. Dulia wears the pants in the relationships. Oh, wait. That's not like, she's not even like full, like not even standing there. Look at that. Her feet are fucking floating off the ground. Like, that's like, the dude here, like, she's like as tall as Alphino. Look at her. Look. Down there. See? And then look at Alphino. Back to her. Back to Alphino. Like, look. She's not even full height. Now sit. No, I'm not gonna sit on her. Dink. Clearly, I have no idea how to sit down in a maid outfit. Coward. Why do I imagine Kiaru's doing it in the Green Goblin voice, where he's just like, coward. Alrighty, Alpha Note. Hey, we got ourselves some new gear. Now, you're the opportunity to experience Ulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city, top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, perhaps. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. What does she say? Off you go! This city is yours to explore. Oh, but do be careful along those outer walkways. I should be most upset if you were to slip and fall. So yeah, definitely wears the pants in the real. Alright, so Pumpkin Guy is doing his pumpkin thing. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's another maid. Hello there, fair maiden. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Mm-hmm. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad. Long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone if you do see him. I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Alright, big dude and hair tied in a bun or something. Hello. Oh, everyone has the fairy wings, don't they? Everyone has fairy wings. They get a pump. Oh, you're a Dullahan. Okay. Makes sense. I just read the thingamadiggies in the bottom right. Hello there. Alright, I need to find a dude with a ponytail. Gemstone, Amarak. Search for the ardent attendant. Another big woman. And then the wretched Papa split his head open. Oh my god, this guy is a dick. Oh shit! How did you end up there? Let me aid you. Just push. Wicked White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if it hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on to something. I thought I could just stretch out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Ulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deeds, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, what's this mission? The boutique is always in order to undertake, you must have it. Oh, okay, I don't have that. Dun, 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 dun. My attendant told me everything. I am so grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly then. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhaps in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Ulmor, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes upon registration of all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin as an almost miraculous effort on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see that the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our gracious messenger turned rescuer. Thank you. I am a little bit thankful. I'm a little bit concerned, but thankful nonetheless. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. I'm just an assistant. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's almost buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyways, a lady of the name of Tristabee usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you or any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Oh, that reminds me. I need to open up a coffer. Sort. Hey! Nice. What are you... No, don't give me shit. What are you doing? Oh, wings. Oh! Have a beet soup. I just have some random food in my... I'm just like, have a beet. That's cool. All right, so... Where does that go, then? Like, so, hang on. So, ding. Perfect for those who would like to enjoy used to acquire a pair of pixie wings. So I use that. Fashion accessories. You've gained access to a fashion accessory. First select fashions under character. And then... Alright, so fashion accessories. Nice. All right, where's the... Oh, here's the other thing. And then... After equipping fashion accessories, they can be removed by pressing the action again or by selecting put away from the hotbar. Although, who would want to stop flaunting such stylish accoutrements? Nice. Love it. Nice. I had them spare, so enjoy. Thank you. All right, hang on. Where's the thingamadiggy? Wing. It gives me wings, okay? Hi there, Code. Welcome back. Oh, hang on. What emotes do I have? Let's see. What would I have that does it? What would that be? That's the flame dance. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh, little ladies dance. I can't believe I have that. This is so silly. And then, oh, this is it. This is what I was forgetting. There we go. This is fun. Hey, Code, don't take your shirt. May you pop in? Yeah, okay. Hop on in. All right. I like my senior subattender. He's cool. And then
have no fear, I am here.
Cookie for Jason. How's it going?
It's going.
Look at me with my like my little I'm so psyched up. I'm just like
You know, someone should put you in the maid's dress for your character.
They shouldn't.
They should.
They shouldn't.
They should. Once your shirt's back on.
They can still do it even with the shirts off. It just has like something else.
So you're saying they should then?
No, I'm saying they. Well, I'm not gonna say anything further. Hang on. Wait.
It means
I
they
can't do a
should.
water foot. Oh, eating egg.
Okay. So I've got one more wondrous. Okay, so I may. Ooh, okay.
You didn't do your wondrous thingamadiggies once you were done streaming.
I've got one more, so I might do one of the Alexanders.
I gotta do either the cuff or the soul of the creator.
I've got eyes or burden of the father.
Ah, goddamn it! Why don't we ever sync up with the wondrous tales?
I don't know. I mean, I've got a crystalline conflict which we could do.
Oh, hang on. Is that in my thingamadiggy? I got frontline. That's annoying.
And then we've also got Limitless Blue. I've got Limitless Blue.
Wait, where's Sashera? Where is she?
Sashera.
Sashera. Where are you?
She gonna hit me for that one.
She's making dinner for their fam. Ah, okay. I was not keeping up with the messages and things like that. All right, noted.
Oh.
All right, this way. We got some places to be.
Oh, you got a full party there.
Yeah, I ended up with this is like this is like peeps either from the chat or that I've communicated with in the past. Like, for example, Danny Boy over here. I think his name is Danny Boy. Hang on a second. I need to scroll back up to find his Davy Boy. Sorry, Davy Boy over here is a Dullahan. Hence why they have a pumpkin head. Don't look under the pumpkin head.
But I wanna look under.
Don't look under the pumpkin head.
But I wanna.
Don't look under the pumpkin head.
But I wanna.
This is what I have to deal with, Davy Boy. I have to deal with intrusive thoughts. She's just a girl. What is she doing here? Thank you for the follow, Davy Boy. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance where folks are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always giving them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's a simple matter of guessing who has the higher hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course, you understand. Why couldn't it be triple triad?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, I flip 2 of mine. Okay. Alright. Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Alright, hang on a sec. So that's 8. She's got 5 and 4. So she's already on 9. So she could possibly have a 7 on that side, and she would definitely break over. Because worst case scenario, I could just have like a 1 and a 2, which would only get me 12. And if she's got 7, that's a problem. But I don't know what the upper limit is the problem. You're going with high. Let's see what you got. Okay, so 9, 5 gets her to 14, 18. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I need 3 or more. Knowing my luck, I didn't get that.
I mean, you're not gonna know until you try.
A total of 18. Oh, please don't tell me this is scripted.
Probably.
Oh, it seems we came out equal. But as lovely a coincidence as that may be, we still need a clear winner. Yes, we're gonna play again. That's what I'd like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck. I bet you she's like cheating, like the cheating anime thingy-majiggy where there's the school with all the players who gamble and shit, and you got the one girl that like.
Oh, you mean Kirasugi?
That's it. 2,
It's a great
6.
anime, that one.
I'm gonna be lower than hers. Oh, yay! I won, I think. Yes, I did. Okay, so the highest you can get is 9 then. The lowest you can, so it's a scale between 1 to 9. Okay, that's gonna, I know the stats. I lost 3 times in a row at the start. It's not determined. Sounds like a skill issue, Kiaru. But what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. Ooh. Alrighty then. Let's have another round. Alright, so we have the chance of anywhere between 1 and 9. The highest value you can get is 987, which would be... so 7 and 8 makes 15, plus 9 makes 24. Okay, so the highest value you can get is 24.
Hey, Grant.
Hey, what's up?
I thought of a number even funnier than 24. 25.
Alright, let's have a look. So 3...
Don't you deny me.
So 3 and 8, so they're already on 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna call low. Oh, fuck. That's not good.
Yep.
I was really hoping that she was a, The match goes to you. Yes. Gosh, the chances. 4. Meanwhile, I'm higher. Like, she's got some shitty cards. There we go. It's not a skill issue when you take more than one try, okay? It was statistically unlikely that I was going to be higher than her, and then somehow my my thingy-madiggy, like, I got the 2 best cards I could have. That's all. How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then what is it that you shall have? In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Valthyri was born with the power to command them, which means no Elmorian need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few good words out of Arthan over there. There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Alrighty. Ooh.
So the sound of his own voice, that means he's a Twitch streamer.
Yes. possibly. I don't know if Twitch, like, I can't stand listening to my own voice, I will be real. If I ever look back at VODs and such, I can't do it. I cringe at trying to watch my previous VODs, especially when it's like a case of, oh, I haven't gotten like anything clipped from my channel, and I might need to look for something for TikTok or whatever. Nah.
The joke was more just just there.
Ah, okay.
Just the employment of it was the joke.
Grant loses not a skill issue. Sounds like a zebra has been getting into that copium copium
Neck. I didn't go to a masseuse today. I should have. I don't know if I'm gonna have the chance tomorrow. Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down, enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on that stage, give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk.
Bitch, what do you think? What does he think you are, a stripper?
I'm in a maid outfit, so maybe he thinks there's a whole bit to this. Oh, I need to go all the way. Oh, I have to go up there. Jesus. Alrighty then. Hopefully you guys get your clips.
Come on, Grant.
Wait, that's dance? Oh my god, that's like...
Work that pole, Grant. Work it.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Work it like it owes you some money.
Have you seen that TikTok where there's like, now we hit them with that American Eagle shit, like, like just the sound of like an eagle screeching? Have you seen those TikToks?
I can't say that I have.
Like, hang on a sec. Let me. And then so F5 with that American Eagle street. Give me a second. I need to grab the. Is this it? This is the TikTok. I'll post it to you. Can you see my chat in the Zebra streaming?
Yeah, I got it.
We hit them with that American Eagle shit, like.
Hang on, I gotta replay it because a thing came up.
So great.
Okay, that's funny.
So good. Code is more himbo today than usual. Maid outfit, pole dancing, thinking Limsa Lominsa. Look, he understands Limsa Lominsa has been a proto-America in my mind. That is not a crazy thing he's heard, okay? It's not unhinged.
I mean, I am unhinged, but that's another thing altogether.
But you agree that Limsa Lominsa is just proto-America, right?
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. BRB, you require sunscreen. Not to worry, Arya. Now that was a show! You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes. Something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you that it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Elmorian army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us. Oh, about 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He got this way with the Eaters, you see, turning them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Ulmor, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Bah! A toast to Lord Vomthery. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alphanov will be expecting your return. Yum. Alright, how do I... Are those dragons?
They look like dragons.
They look like dragons. Hang on, what's going... Oh, god damn it. It would have helped if they went for a higher definition. Like, that one just looks like, you know, concept art. That is obviously a ranking thing. Oh, this one gets to be, like, highly detailed, so you can figure out which way the thigh is meant to be.
I just had a bit of pepper in my mouth.
Oh, why'd you do that?
I just saw the pepper from before.
Shout out to Code the Yoshi. You should watch their streams sometime, so then that way you might also be able to catch them as they do some silly nonsense like biting into a pepper.
I had pepper on my dinner.
Yeah. Alright, we're talking to Dula. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You have— oh, damn it, I accidentally right-clicked then. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently.
Got sucked into a vacuum!
Ah, finally. Oh, look at it. Oh, I see how it is. He decides to get fucking dressed up now. Well after the showers and such, not like right before. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. How am I to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for a reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... What? That is to say, as long as you, just... make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. Oh, so, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Oh my gosh, this lady must have the ADHD. Just sort of being like, I need a painting. Oh, look at this adorable boy. Look at this handsome boy. We have to dress up the handsome boy. This is my, like, my hand signal for just lady being super excited. Oh, look at the handsome boy. All right, Alphino, let's talk to you. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spent indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff out the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell then. Also, did I miss a, ooh, hang on. Yay, I can... Oh, has my guy sold all his shit? Entrust duplicates. There we go. Do I have anything else to provide? I have no need for these potions. These are crafting things.
Try not to sneeze.
Sorry?
Ah, there we go. I was trying not to sneeze.
She's like me, for real. I keep tabbing out to draw from the game. Oh, do you draw shit? Do you draw, Davey? That's cool. I have so many faded scrolls. I need to figure out what to do with them at some point.
Did I get a line? No, I got no lines.
Shame. Sorry to hear about that. Yay, we got some bronze. Alrighty, so... they're a mining perk with really weak gear. We can probably give them better stuff at some point. sell items in your retainer's inventory. Is there anything we can sell? Yes. How much are they selling this for? Oh, it is really fucking cheap. Okay.
I'm just randomly switching out my mounts every time. Oh, not my mounts, my minions, just for random ones every now and again.
Radio.
Just for shits and giggles.
80, there we go. Get rid of the bronze plate. I really don't need it. 50. Ding. Steel plate. Jesus Christ, they put quite a bit onto this. 2,000. There we go. Garlean steel joint, meanwhile. Oh, it's like dirt cheap.
I'm not sure if I can get another Wondrous Tales at the moment.
Once you complete the book and you hand it in, they should normally allow you to pick one up like once a week.
Yeah, I think I'm not due for another one just yet.
Okay. Mithril rings. How are you? 390, maybe.
I mean, I didn't get too bad though. Not too bad at all for the XP.
Oh, it's good. Cause like that's like, cause when the Wondrous Tales, like this was told to me about the whole level grinding. It provides you 50% to level up, which, and it scales with your level character as well. So, yeah. Handing in the book when you're level 50 or something like that gives you like enough to be like 50% to level 51. If you hand it in when you're like level 80, however, you get, it's still 50% to level 80, 81, but it's, because you need a lot more experience to go from 80 to 81 as opposed to 50 to 51, you get way more experience with the higher level peeps.
Yeah.
So it's well worth it. All right, enough with the selling. I now need to check in with yous. You probably have a number of items. Yep. I'm finally selling off like a whole ton of my nonsense.
Oh crap, my armory chest is full. I need to go and sell off some shit.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, regions. Okay, so put you away.
I mean, it's not a big issue. It means I get some gear from it, so...
That's good. So those... duplicates. And I forgot to pick you up because I'm an idiot. There we go. Trust and withdraw items and trust duplicates. Oh yeah, because I barely have to sell those items. I think bone goes into the second category. I try and keep all this nonsense in the right. Because I'm pretty sure this is the... Yep, I've been putting bone in here. There we go.
Oh wow, you got a lot of crap in your retainer.
Yeah, I got onto a bit of a grind with the crafting, and I'm very much like, oh, I don't want to just sell things in case I need to use them again for crafting. So...
Oh god, he's turning into a hoarder.
Yep, no, look, dude, that's what RPGs do to me. It's like, oh, I might need this. Oh, I could probably break this down into something useful. Oh. So that's what happens. Oh, yes. Special permission is required to use the safe the right. Okay, annoying.
So it's the quartermaster I need to speak to sell this shit, isn't it? No.
No, you need to talk to...
Personal officer.
That's it. Thank you for the head pats and the boops. Sorry, cookie for Arya. What did Arya... How Zeebs bunny's cute, but he says he's not cute. Yes. I did not... I'm not cute, but the bunny can be cute, okay? There is a clear separation of the what's-a-mahoozies.
Hang on.
Hey, chat. Nuts.
Nuts!
Nuts.
Ah, here we go. So... Hide, key, set armor.
Who am I talking to? Gather information in the understory. Is this where... No, I don't need to go here. There we go. A weeping warbler. Oh, they're crying. I can't do crying noises. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then... I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoriach. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Okay, so there's a bit of a problem. They just really don't give a shit about, you know, an actual healthcare system here. That's a problem.
Oh, I've got too many company seals, so time to buy some stuff.
Oh, venture tokens.
Yeah, so...
You can get so many venture tokens if you ever need to, like, just clean up your company seals.
Whereabouts are they? They're in materials?
Yes, and you need to be... And it's in the lowest of the ranks. I'll be prepared to do some wondrous tales. Really quick, be back in a few. Not to worry, Denny. Not to worry.
Ballroom etiquette at ease. Okay, so they're
Oh, those are the cool like thingy-madoos.
Yeah.
Those are worth grabbing. So yeah. This is what my streams sometimes end up as, sorry for the MMO nights, is I'm just trying to catch up to the storyline and what have you, but quite frankly, it's like there's just a lot of running around, so I need my... Oh, there she is. Whoa. Oh my gosh, she's got a fox. I'm gonna pet the fox.
Is it a foxy fox?
Yeah, look, it's got a fox. There we go. Alright, I pet the fox.
Foxy.
Moving on.
Wait, I don't see the adventure tokens anywhere.
Venture, not adventure.
Venture.
Venture.
Yeah, I don't see them anywhere.
You sure?
Sure to be sure.
Wait, do I need to go up to the canopy? Is that where I need to go?
Alright, so I've learnt an emote.
Nope, that is the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. No,
You're going the wrong way, I know.
Back to the buttress, because apparently I need to get out of the buttress a different way.
Buttress.
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 So yeah, because, yeah, from the looks of it, I have to get out from here and then hang a left. Crazy.
Crazy like a fox.
I thought you were gonna go with the crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A padded room with mice. The mice made me crazy.
Made me crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A padded room. A padded room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Use you, so then that way my name is on the thingy-madiggies.
God, I got a lot of shit here to get rid of. Like a lot of shit.
That's a problem. Also, what the hell is with this place here with the...
I wish there was a way just to do like a bulk, you know, drop off of it all.
Would be nice, but I've seen a number of items that are not in like my gear list or something, which I'm holding on to, and it's like, oh, can't sell that yet. Alright, give the guy my shit.
There's a staff that it's in my gear that's not in my gear list that's, you know, level 60, like, okay, hold on to that.
You might see one or two fortunate souls hurled from the balconies, but the rest gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for the ship's wraps. Oh no. I'm content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consolation is over. You have my verdict and I have my meal. Good day. Nice.
So much shit to sell.
So much stuff. Alright, I'm gonna keep on walking around because there's another side of the derelict I need to get to. So then that way I have like most of the stuff here. Third tab for the tier 1 of the ventures, by the by. Thank you, Arya-san.
Thank you.
Code appreciates it.
I always appreciate it.
You now have access to...
I is stupid and sometimes need someone to hold my hand so I don't do stupid things.
So I can't get to there. I can get to the night pots or the glory. Ooh, mainstay. There we go. I love how it's gonna let me teleport nearly everywhere but like the absolute center of the canopy. They're just like, oh, but you can go anywhere else. Did you get my medicine? Here you goes. So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... Cookie for Ox. Let's see how this man is going to take it. So you've been suffering all this time? I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the streets. You're too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become even more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vonthry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your songs sing out clearly once again? Or mayhaps you think is a step too far? No, You would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Okay, chat. I see the two of you already writing ascension. I've seen a lot of dystopias, and this sounds like a very culty ascension, like Cult of the Lamb ascension, where it's like, you know, pain and death to like a plane of existence that we cannot visit and they cannot visit us from. Sounds too good to be true.
She gonna die, bitch!
She is definitely gonna die. Especially since they've mentioned when, like, outside, it's like, oh, not even the corpses get flung out. Ah, you must be a new arrival to harbor such doubts. Allow me to allay your suspicions. As you know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial... They're talking about murder. They're talking about an execution. It is through Lord Vonthry that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Vonthry's grace that the free people of Ulmor are destined to embrace your salvation. You're in a cult. You need to break the barriers. You need to stop this hierarchy of bondage and freedom. You need to stop. Oh my gosh. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a way within that. Do the rich not understand that, like, opulence is a curse and is a sin? Like, you have it all wrong. Don't you fucking gaslight me, you two. Don't you gaslight me, you two. I've seen the writing on the wall. Like, opulence, greed, gluttony, lust, those are all sinful shit. This is a tower of sin. This is fucking Babel rising up to the heavens with the fucking Lord being a whore of Babylon. This is bullshit. This is a death sentence. Now, if you'll excuse me, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you may have showed my precious canary.
She gonna die!
Everyone just being like, Ascension!
Also, why are you in a maid's dress at the moment?
Because they wanted us to dress fancy. I can dress a different fancy if you prefer.
Oh no, I'm just wondering.
Here we go. Here's a actually recommended gear. So I got the new boots, then apply the fancy. There we go. Happy. And then
Oh, I wasn't unhappy. I'm just saying. I just wonder what
you were just saying. Also, Davy Boy gave me these wings.
He gave you those wangs. Those chicken wangs.
You know, I kind of want chicken wings tomorrow.
Now I want chicken wings.
She goes Eureka.
Eureka like shit.
Fist bump. Bink.
Oh, come on. These were funny.
Oh, you're so funnies.
So, Sherry, you agree with me. It was funny, right?
This is also saying Ascension. Am I going to just look into chat in the next minute? Like, we're going to see a mention of Ascension pop up or something like that again. And I'm just going to see chat and a long-ass roll of just Ascension, Ascension, Ascension. Oop, hang on. Is this the... Nope, that's not the right way. I hope I'm going the right way. Ascension.
Ascension.
You guys are crazy. Are you up to Shadowbringer's code?
No, not yet. I'm still gonna get through Stormblood. I am really far fucking behind.
What do you need to do?
The whole story.
Ah.
Well, you forget I haven't been able to get on Final Fantasy for a while.
That is true. It has been a while. I just thought you were ahead of me.
No, you're ahead of me now.
Nice. Yunk.
I still don't see those venture tokens. They don't seem to be here.
T.
Siri, you paid me to say Grant stabbing ASCNSION Grant stabbing ASCNSION Grant stabbing ASCNSION.
Because I'm on the third tab.
Wait, does she have that much of a belly? The fuck?
Stabbing ASCNSION Grant
Alphana, you're making her pregnant. Like you're. Oh, he's really going to town with the weight. Like. Well, at least he's giving her a chin.
Grant stabbing ASCNSION Grant stabbing
yeah, something I'm sure she wished she had.
Yes. Like, look at this, chat. And then
Grant stabbing ASCNSION Grant stabbing ASCNSION Grant stabbing.
The Grand Company place. 'Tis good to see you back. You were taking so long, I began to worry something had happened. I'd begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? I'm sure they see fat as a measure of wealth. Fun fact, even the Buddhists saw fat as a measure of, like, you know, happiness and what have you. It's only in the most recent times with, like, movies and like the the hyper masculinity of the Greeks and the Spartans that were like, oh, you need to be skinny and super fit and shit like that. I don't know what was the translation method from, like, the chubbies to the musclies, but it was somewhere there before. Probably when we could start sexualizing women in our multimedia, but who knows.
Also, here's the fun thing that you might not know.
Ooh, what's the fun thing I might not know?
So the fun thing you might not know is, you know, it's bad. You know, it's actually bad luck to rub the Buddha's belly in the. Yeah, you know how they say when you buy a lottery ticket, you should rub the Buddha's belly when you leave? Or when you purchase the lottery ticket?
I've heard of that. I thought it was good luck to, like, you know, just give a little tap, little rub.
Here's the thing, though. If everyone's rubbing the Buddha's belly to transfer their bad luck onto the Buddha, where's all the good luck? Where's all the good luck going afterwards? You're essentially rubbing the Buddha's belly off someone else's bad luck. You're grabbing their bad luck after they've rubbed the Buddha's belly.
But the Buddha is meant to be, like, supposedly, like, an infinite, like, deity or something like that. Like, there shouldn't be a limit to the amount of bad luck they'll take in, much like how Jesus...
Unless the Buddha statue's been properly cleansed, you rubbing its belly is actually not a good idea.
There's a cleansing process?
Yes, there are cleansing processes.
Fuck.
Much the same with things like crystals and stuff like that. There is actually a cleansing process for the Buddha.
Oh, crystals aren't real. Like, that's just like weird hokey-tokey bullshit. The Buddha is a lot more real than crystals. Let me just be real with you there.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Buddha digests bad luck, and people convert good luck to bad luck. It's photosynthesis. Quartz and amethyst. Look, they are real. I've seen Steven Universe. They're just not like, you know, energy's real. What do you mean the crystals aren't real? There's ones on my desk right now.
Yeah,
I love how everyone's
too.
like think is like, oh, Grant hasn't seen a crystal before. I've seen crystals before. I know my birth sign has me assigned to the tiger eye, but let me tell you, as far as like, oh, them like, you know, sort of renewing your chi or like giving you a different kind of fortune and such, that's bullshit. Okay? You're huffing copium thinking the crystals on your desk are giving you gamer skills, okay? There is nothing in the crystals besides radiation. If there's any energy that the crystal is gonna give you, it is fuck you radiation energy. And you don't want that fuck you radiation energy from those kinds of crystals. So otherwise, don't worry about it.
So, Shara, should we cancel Grant for not believing in crystals?
So Sarah is like capable of coming into the chat at any point, and instead she's here fucking emoting on me, just going like, how dare you? The crystals on my desk help me.
What do you think, Shara? Should we cancel him? Should we cancel Grant?
No, it's just got his hand stuck in your dress. So, Lord Vanthry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters. Does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folks have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? You can be much more expressive with emotes. Fair enough.
I got the Kamui.
Truce. Hugs. Hugs. Hugs.
Don't accept his truce, Shashera. Kick him in the nuts.
No, there's no nut kicking emote.
Kick him in the nuts.
Do not kick me in the nuts.
Kick him in the nuts.
Kind of funny seeing Davy Boy behind a plant. Also, hi Arya, welcome back. Oh my god, he looks like a fucking what the hell is that attire? That is oh, he's throwing hands. Are you throwing hands because of my fucking crystal like opinion? Look at me, like without a care in the world as to what Davy
Kiryu,
Boy is doing.
That's enough of the Ascension stuff, Kiryu.
He was okay. It wasn't like the worst.
It's spamming. It's kind of spamming.
Okay, fair enough. If other people were joining it, it would have been funny, I suppose. If you get other people doing it, then maybe. You kick him, so you did.
I heard kick him, so I did. Thank you, Davey.
The Emergent Splendor. Emergent Splendor.
I'll emerge in your splendor.
Alright. Oh, he's having a little argument with his missus. Ow. What
do you mean I'm that fat? She's like, what do you mean I'm that fat in the photo?
I take my eye off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done, then? Alright, what's his opinion? He does the cat thing. Look at him. He does the cat thing of like like a furry cat. He's like, oh, like puts his like wrists like, oh.
Herme.
He's just like hissing. What in the blazes?
Why do I look so ugly?
Look at it. He's just like, Urgh. It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this corset was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous reunion. It seems to me that a realistic portrayal Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaw and weakened knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... There's a screaming man. Did that come from above? I've seen Makotes before. I've just not seen them do the ascension. Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be so pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful! And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vanthry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there. Hang on, I gotta stretch my arm. Hang on a second. It's like shoulder. Come on. Stop being sore.
Zappa 350 demands you drink.
Did you see it?
Alright. Ooh. That was... Why the fuck
You right?
Hang on. Trying to find the motion that's... It's kind of hard to make the motion while there's like a microphone. Like, is it because the microphone is on the left side that I make this? I have to make it. I would have to make an odd twisting motion, I think, in order to try and replicate where the tension is. Thank you for the hydrate zapper. Alrighty then. Better not dwaddle. Look at her.
I love Shara just sitting there like that.
Look at
Ooh,
this.
I love the rings she's got on. I want those rings.
This one here or this one over there?
The armored ring. That armored ring. I want
Ooh.
that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Look at her. Look at her. No thoughts. Just head empty. Look at that face. Just empty. Just stewing. Just absolute stewing. Oh, it's Shistoda's thingamadiggy. This thingamadiggy's. Nice. Look at her. Look at this woman. Yeah. She'll make a husband or a wife happy.
Or just people happy.
Or just people. You know, they don't have to conform to the normal gendered titles for partner. Joining the crowd up there. Proceed to the offer. Yes. Can you make Grant sit in the chair for the sillies? Nah, I'm good. I do fit in with the decor in the butler outfit, I will admit. Oh.
That's him. That's Vorthry.
He looks like a baby, but he's like kept growing as a baby instead of you know, growing.
I mean, the belly's fine, but, you know, that face has got to change, man.
Look at the fucking hairdo! Look at the... Hang on.
I mean, what hair? That's just basically Donald Trump's wig stacked upon that man's head.
Yeah, it's sitting there. Bald.
Basically, he couldn't fit Donald Trump's wig on his head, so he just, you know, left it atop like a little, like, pompadour.
Yeah, it's just so silly. Ooh.
Bald!
Bald! Bald! Bald!
Bald!
Bald!
My eyes!
But how does he keep them from attacking?
Oh, that's a problem.
Grant.
His massive sausage fingers. I have not seen his sausage fingers. I'm probably gonna see his sausage fingers very soon. Oh, it's the boy we were helping. What's Mahoozies?
Oh shit, he's got bleeding.
Why does he have a knife?
Kaishia, what happened to you?
What is going on?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Jesus Christ, look at the size of his fingers.
Damn, some big sausages.
He's just
Lord
a fucking...
Vorthree, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
The absolute size of that unit. No, I don't like him.
Why? You ask me why?
No, I can't say I like him either.
Because criminals must be punished.
It's like, look at this man.
Is guilty of fraud.
Look at this man. Now back to me. Now back to this man. Now back to me.
Claiming to be a man
That
of
man is fat.
business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything
fat. Just point at him and just be like, fat.
I did see that was a very well timed little. Did you see that?
That was nice from Kiaru. Good spit. Oh my god, it's even longer. It's oh my god. It's a fucking ponytail like a Padawan.
No, it's a rat's tail. That's what it is.
Oh my god. It's disgusting.
That is basically just spaghetti on his head.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony.
The fuck?
And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmore's society.
God, that fugly face of his, too.
I'm
sorry, but that face is fugly, yo.
It is very. I'm so
I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide.
That is insane.
And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
I am in the same kind of headspace as Alphino is right now. I am very much behind him on this.
Yeah.
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours?
Probably a lot more than what you're contributing so far.
The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if
what is that?
By the rules,
what the fuck is that in his chest?
Not to fear.
I have no idea.
There's a baby instead of a nipple. That is where a nipple should be, and it's a fucking baby face. The fuck is that?
I alone can offer these things. For I
it's Tuma, it's a Tuma, it's a Tuma.
It's a Tuma.
It's a Tuma, it's a Tuma, it's a Tuma.
It's a Tuma.
Oh, it's a
and
Tuma.
Thus am I alone the voice of justice.
Unless he's
and any who oppose me villains to be
Conjoined
punished.
twin.
I will most certainly oppose you, you giant oversized baby. I don't have a good means of countering him.
This paradise.
Yeah, because there's not really any other options available.
You were granted a
Apparently
place
we'll learn
in
what that
my
is
city
later on.
for a particular skill.
I am
What
not
was
looking
it?
forward to learning.
Painting.
Calm
An
your eyes,
artist.
Paddy.
Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore.
He's already
If I
in
find
charge.
your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
Wait, he's a... Oh, yeah, he's a scholar. He can do the magical healing thing.
Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
Is he gonna do, like... It's a fancy, like, phrase of, like, it's the people that
What
make
you need
Elmore?
is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Damn. Nice.
Can you walk?
Ah, cool. I got a pot of charcoal green dye.
Nice. I wonder, do I get to say anything to... Nope, I just leave the baby to his rage.
Did that little worm just insult me?
Oh my god, you are so far behind. Is he gonna fall over? It will be hilarious if he falls over.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Can someone give baby his bottle?
Oh my god, he's raging like a... Wait a minute, I recognize that attire! That's fucking Garlemald's, what's-a-mahoozies.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Alphino. There is trouble afoot.
Which foot, though? Left or right foot?
The left one. Forgive me.
Oh, but I like my left foot.
Well, the left foot is the one with, like, the trickiness and such like that. The right foot is, like, the good fortune and such. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave this island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Ulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Are you... How his shirt arm is 100% healed and no blood whatsoever? Magic! That's how. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Von 3 wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there, if you are willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do
And what's wrong
something.
with that?
Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you will be careful. The Ulmorians may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry, and you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino. Oh, it's Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking pictures painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back to us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Valthree and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I am sorry, your Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return.
She's a very nice lady.
She is very nice. That is, I like how she's like the odd man out for the rest of the Ulumans. I will return. I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Dun, dun, dun. Look at her, she was so ready to run. Alrighty.
Wait, can she run?
I'm pretty sure she can. Motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
Hi there, Avalon. Yes, I'm still here. We saw you missed out on so much, by the by, Avalon.
We saw a huge bitch.
We saw a big baby man. Like, he looked like a baby if you just made the baby bigger, and he grew up, but he still remained like the big baby. Like, you know.
Kind of think like the big baby character from Spirited Away, and that's pretty much the guy.
Yep. Meow. 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 You can disable mount music if you want to listen to the environmental. I like this music. I'm good.
I like listening to the mount music.
I will survive. I will make it through.
I will survive, no matter what I do.
Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Valthree and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Minus the Scottish... Yeah. You're right. You're right, Avalon. And we are back here. Dun, dun. If you come looking for work, I must have a spot for another guard. No, I am looking for Alize now. Oh.
Alize!
A friend of Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Amareng. Are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. Yes, I think I have... All set? Then off to the unforgiving sands we go. You can now travel to Amareng. Speak with the Edrit Armo Tamer to fly to the desert.
Oh, yeah, Kyriad, yeah, they mean fat bastard. Avalon means fat bastard.
Yes.
Get in my belly!
Amareng. From this parched earth,
like
the nation of Nabath, Areng once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago...
Hey, Dr. Evil! I got a new bargain for you. You can keep your money, and I'll get your baby.
Meant majestic land in the language of his people.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back,
baby back,
ribs.
I want my baby back.
I want my baby back, baby back, ribs.
And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Excuse me. I had to stifle a yawn.
Oh, I have to do that a lot at work. Like when I'm trying to yawn, if there's a guest in front of me, I basically sit there and try and yawn with my mouth closed.
Oh yeah, where you do just like that.
It looks like you're trying to hold in a fart. It's like, huh?
Oof. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it keeps brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alizé friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mortsug to break up the trek. Allow me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. I've not gotten to wherever it is out.
That's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
I've not seen where Avalon is talked about. Better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. There we go. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Alright. So...
Straight as an arrow. Oh, if only they knew.
Alrighty. Motorcycle time. That's a cool mount. I like the Iron Man-esque mount. I need to change my attire. Hang on a second. Oh, I can't do it while in combat, and I can't do it while I'm over here.
One smash.
Donk. What the hell is that? Oh, that is. There we go. Hey! Furry cures.
They stole your shirt again, did they?
They stole my shirt. Stop right there. This is your first visit to Armarang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
You are in violation of... You're not getting...
You are in...
What was it?
You are in violation of the law.
It's like...
Oh, yes.
No, it's you're not getting away under my watch. I'm confiscating your goods. Now pay the fine, or it's off to jail.
Yay, level up.
Yay. Alright, here we go.
Greed. Oh, no, I forgot that pass.
I haven't yet changed my attire. I'm still in my butler outfit. I need to swap over to my, outrider outfit. So... They built them...
He's still...
You say... Sorry?
He's still buttling his lees.
Yes. They built them big, didn't they? That's Quasar Charles. A fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Naboth Arang. Excuse me. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvarant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatharang's lands were lost to the light. It's a great city indeed. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roast for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see me more at Souk. Let's press on, shall we? Pay the court a fine, or serve your sentence. It's pretty cool, yeah. It's pretty decent, pretty neat. Alrighty, can I change my... You two feel so special, don't you? Look at you two. Oh, look at the dog! Hang on a second. Look at the
Fucking
dog.
hell.
Alright, and then... Hang on. We need to take a photo of this. Hang on, it was so funny. Will it let me do free camera is the question. Yonk. Hang on, yonk. There we go. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do it like that. Alright, here we go. Alright, I need to catch it just at the right moment. And... there we go. Got it. Exit group post. There we go. Oh, you're back on your thing. Okay, let's go! Oh, there's like another random person over there. Interrupt the... what's in the disease? Oh, Jesus, this guy's strong.
Okay.
Alright, one more gift over there, another over there, and another over there. Nice. Oh, this is already been a fun time in the NA, honestly. Woo! Also, we got, what the fuck is that? A bicolored gem? Fates in certain areas offer bicolored gems as rewards. They can be exchanged with gemstone traders for rare items, some of which can only be attained via those traders. Completing fates in these areas with the highest rating possible will increase your rank, which allows the local gem trader to offer a wider selection of items. Nice.
I'll argue with that.
Nice. Select shared fate from the travel thing. Receiving data. Let's have a look. So I did a rang here, and I've got 1 of 6 done. Nice. I think I did good then. Does it tell me like how? Because I missed the thingy-madiggy that said like what the ranking was. I didn't see whether it was like bronze, silver, or gold. All right, moving along. Sorry, I was just having a lot of fun. Look at Shara just sitting in her like little cat toilet. Oh no, it's just a cat. Never mind. I thought it was a cat.
That's a yokai.
Yokai. There we go. It's a yokai. I thought it was a cat toilet. Here we are, Mordsuk. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gemgen. I will go ahead and let him know we've arrived.
I was waiting for you to say little shit just then.
Oh, it's the kobolds. That's who these guys are. Nice. Needies. All right. Talk to you. Say hello. We have Amaro for hire if you're interested, and he doesn't know my name, so I give him my name. Oh my god! Look at Arya. Look at the diva doing the slow walk towards. That was great. And then sister is just... This is great. Oh, so fucked that Soken was fighting cancer while composing, editing, etc. these songs. Wait, is Soka still alive or is he dead now? I don't know. Energies and back to our, like, you know, dusty gear. What is a snowman doing in the desert? There's no snow in the desert.
He's just chilling out.
Soken is alive? Yeah! Excellent. Good to hear. Is still very much alive and well. It was very emotional. Wait, is Soken the guy who... Wait, hang on. Oh, is it the guy who had, like, the whatsamahoozy? The metronome thingy-madoogie, where, like, hang on a second.
I still Kiryu's joke.
That's the automaton. He had the automaton man. Yes! Oh my god.
The thing that goes.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me get a picture of an automaton, so then that way people understand, like, where I'm coming from. Automaton. Like, there's a whole ass, like, thing.
How dare you refer to Soken as the automaton man?
That's how I know him!
Soken is a god among men.
That's how I know him! Oh my gosh. I bet that's how people think when people are like, oh, I know Gandalf. He's the guy who does the fireworks at the start of the film, and you're just sort of like, Gandalf.
No. If anyone's going to refer to Gandalf as anything, he's the you shall not pass guy.
Yeah, but just think about it. Like, people who read the Lord of the Ring books and such like that, and then you're talking to a person who's watched the films, and you're like, or at least the first one before the Two Towers, and they're like, oh, that's the wizard who does the fireworks stuff. That's what I feel like Avalon is like with me, like being like, oh yeah, Soken, the guy who did the Omatone thing. It was funny, and Avalon's just like...
Soul Song paid me to say you'd go crazy if you saw what I see on my end. 3.
Mm-hmm. I see a rat, a dog, and a motorcycle. Bonk. 2 whole expansions worth of soundtracks before going into remission. That's impressive, though. That is impressive that they did that much amount of work. I'm glad that they're alive and they kicked it. Kicked it as in, like, they beat cancer. Not, you know, kicked it like kicked the bucket. They're alive. They're alive. They're well. You'll send me a screen cap. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, look at... Oh, you both have the mice, I see.
Yeah, I mean, did you want to hear what my grandfather said before he kicked the bucket?
What did he say?
Hey, I'm gonna kick this bucket.
I thought it was gonna be a joke of careful, son. That the safety's off. All right. Where am I going? Oh, I'm going this way next.
No, that would have been. Did you want to hear what my dad said before he died? Careful, son, the safety's off. I know!
Before that! Alright, hang on. Mama raised a bitch. Noted, Avalon. Avalon would not be great with chemo because apparently Avalon was raised a bitch. Mama tried to raise no bitch, but that didn't work. Oh my goodness, they have a face. It's not just covered in a mask.
What is that?
That's a kobold.
What is that?
That's a kobold.
Kill it with fire.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch
It
I
looks
was
like what
telling you
happens
about.
if you took the mask off Skull Kid.
Look at him. He's fine. There's nothing wrong with him. He's fine.
He looks like he wants to bite you.
He's not gonna bite you. Look, you're
No,
he's friendly.
He's just gonna swallow you whole.
He's friendly. See, friendly. There's nothing wrong.
I'm worried about sticking my finger too close to that mouth. I'm gonna lose it.
He's fine. Let me move you closer instead.
No, don't move me closer.
I'm moving you closer.
Don't move me closer. No.
Look. You're gonna give him a little scratchy on the. Look at him. Look at him, scratchy.
No, I don't want to. No. No.
Where'd he go?
That's a whole gremlin.
All right. Get back. Get back over on the guest side.
You're the one who moved me over here.
Shh, they don't know that. Get back over to the guest side. Right.
Grant's just jealous my titties are bigger than his.
No, that's not it. There, all right. There we go. Right next to you. There we
He's
go.
totally jealous that my titties are bigger than his.
Nah, not at all. You're copium right there.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Maud's.
Oh my gosh, I did get the kobold voice right when I first was talking as them. They do have that high energies.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
Souk.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare.
Nice.
As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Maud Souk's a different story. Merchants come from realms around to purchase the relics the Maud dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Maud do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We
Hi there,
clean them
Velk.
and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money.
Nice.
And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
I love
say
the
that every
kobolds.
time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto.
I'm just smiling, I'm beaming about this whole interaction. It's great.
Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees
Although they don't seem to be
regardless of
called
race or
kobolds here, they
creed.
could be called
Mords.
Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Oh?
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
Aw, that's clever.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
Oh?
A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first
don't
I've
give you
held
a
in
thing.
years.
Nice. I've never seen that kind of coin before.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Uh-oh. I'm just gonna grab that real quick.
Here,
Fucking
newcomer, crack your coin purse
run!
with me.
Oh no, you want my good newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Shiny!
Come and look.
You buy?
Oh god, they're gonna start a war over that goddamn coin.
I'll have a look around, see what we can get.
Enough of that. Come, I say. This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots.
I feel like when Gengen said that, he's like pointing to someone, he's like, no pots.
Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes?
Fine, what
Eat
about
for
crack
three
then if
before
we're
you
not allowed to
leave.
have pot?
Eat for 3 before you leave. That is a clever line. How come restaurants don't invoke that? Eat for 3 before you leave. That's cool.
Because if they did that, everyone would walk out fat.
That's what you want in a restaurant code.
Yeah, but is that what you want? Do you want to eat for 3?
At least for the first visit, they should have a eat for 3 before you leave. Like that's I like it.
I mean, I got no problems with getting fat. I'm just saying.
Eat for 3 before you leave. I love that phrase. Dun 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 dun. Sniveling, thieving mongrels, you don't really like them one bit. Arya, how can you not like these little guys? Look at him! Look at him! Look at him. Welcome to Run Runs, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Bros, run.
Wait, so we're allowed to sniff it, but we can't drool on it.
Yes. All right, let's have a look at the different food stuff. We got bread, we got worms, we got meat. I do love some bread. Skewers and
Bread?
Bread? Bread?
Bread?
Bread?
Bread?
Bread?
Bread?
Bread?
Bread?
Bread.
Bread?
Bread. Bread.
Bread?
Bread.
Bread?
I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet citrus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. Oh, it's like a pita bread. It's like a pita pocket. Meat. The ever-burning bounty, made with best parts of the lizard, cured with a special spicy spice. Some find and they smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desserts and on chilly desert nights. Grant, no, what? No, we're not doing the worms. We're gonna do the bread. We're doing bread. Bread. Oh, you like those?
Frog.
Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rock, spear them with stick, then roast them over fire. Crackling on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Cactus, not... It said citrus, didn't it? I thought it said citrus. I swear it said citrus. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? I am going with the mush loaf. I'm going with the bread. Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit fillings. You have the coin? Ting. And done. 1 Vorberite honor buys you 40 loaves of bread. That's a lot of bread.
Bright light.
Where are they gonna find goddamn citrus in the desert? They're gonna find it. The cactus make fruits and flowers. Like, hang on a second. Let me Google this. Cactus fruit. It's a thing. I think I'll share the rest. Our visitor invites us to a feast. Let us give thanks for his great generosity and small appetite. You can eat cactus fruit. You seriously want to eat fruit from a cactar? Yeah, why not? Consider your coin... Hey, little Incineroar, you little shit. Where's my shirt? He's got it wrapped in his self, doesn't he? Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours.
So I'm talking with Naoki Yoshida.
Yay. Keeping the merchandise down? Yes. No returns. The Fey folk are closer to my realm of garments, long flowing silky fabrics and fine crystals, as well as budding blooms and more in line to what I like. Fair enough. Just call Silky a rat. Don't bully Silky. Oh my gosh, the team chat is just sort of like, the party chat is like, you called Silky a rat? That, like, look at him. Oh, they're like, Minsk. Oh no, Boo, not Minsk. Minsk is the person. Boo is the space hamster.
I was gonna smack you. I was about to smack you.
Look, it's Boo.
The miniature giant space hamster.
Yes. Although I still do not believe it's a miniature giant space hamster. I'm fine with it just being a hamster. It's maybe a space hamster, but it's not a miniature giant space hamster. Otherwise, that's just...
Too late, miniature giant space hamster, shut up.
It's a hamster.
Miniature giant space hamster.
Yeah. I was watching from here, Grant. You honored our customs and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Tsuk. If you need anything in Almarang, we are here to provide. Nice. Hey, and we get ourselves some gloves while we're at it. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect your ego to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Offering your services, are you? Well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have receipts here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All property paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. Here's your list. Thank you. Also, I can see Arya did the cake. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. You may review the drawing by using the key items. Oh, I gotta look at some key items. Okay. Which one is the inventory? Market receipt. A table cactus from Thonton and iron from Tholtol. Alright, Thon and Tol. And a Nabath Orang Antiquities from Mill to be collected from Mulmul. Okay. So the T's and the M's.
Have you gotten the Phoenix yet?
I don't think so. That's from the whatsamahoozy,
the Rising quest line.
Maybe not? Here it is. There's our first one. Thol.
Well, it's only temporary, so you might want to grab it before you have to buy it from the store.
Alright, give me a few. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? It was iron ore. Iron, of course, that would explain this box I have here. It's all yours.
Ow, I just elbowed my goddamn
So wait, is it
PC.
this Phoenix you're talking about?
That one, still available.
And you're saying it's from the Rising thingamadiggy?
Yep, from the Rising event, currently in Uldar. You've just got to do 2 quest slots for it.
The Newfound Journey or something else?
Yeah, the Newfound Journey.
And then... Ding. Because that was the old one. That was for the anniversary thingamadog.
So yeah, you want to do... So it's out at the... It's out in Uldar at the moment, so just when you first get to Uldar, you'll see the stage. And then just before the Adventurers Guild, you'll see...
Yep. Ooh, thick thighs.
They save lives.
This person here? Kip?
Yep, her.
Sibling Rising. Okay. Perhaps you could assist me. Reporter for the thingamadoogies. Yep. I'm not familiar with the name, alas. Well, it would be too much of a coincidence, I suppose. At any rate, if he isn't in the city, chances are he went outside on some business. To begin with, I propose we split up and make inquiries in case someone has seen him. If you could focus on this area, I shall speak with those in the quicksand. Afterwards, let us reconvene by the entrance to the tavern. Alright, so where am I going?
So there'll be a dude over here.
The Rising Attendant.
Yep.
Greetings, adventurer. How may I assist you? Oh, Nagi. I understand he is doing some work. Alright, so talk to you, and then...
Over here.
Over here.
Over here. Yeah.
And then we
Over
talk to
here.
you.
Yep, right there.
Yep. Everyone's just running around, just being like, oh, we gotta talk to peeps.
And then up over
to Bran. Something I could do for you, adventurer. If your business with Bran, best state it quickly. I see. With apologies, I haven't seen this, Nagi. As a matter of fact, I've only been rather busy working on my upcoming piece on the Rising. Why, just earlier I was interviewing the ever-enigmatic wandering minstrel who's got another unusual venture in the offering. The Letter Force, he's calling it. If that piques your... He's at the Gold Court over at the steps of something or other. is carrying out some work from the running. If you talk to the man at the gold court, you should be able to learn more. So the gold court is over here.
Yeah.
There we go. Wandering Minstrel. Hello, Yoshi P. This is basically Yoshi P's, like, person, isn't it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Alright, now I need to speak at the quicksand, which is back out here. We're racing against the clock.
It's only 2 quick missions, and then you're pretty much done.
Nice. Because I've made the mistake, like, 2 or 3 times about, like, missions and not completing them, like the Rising one. Or, sorry, the Anniversary one. Escorting carriage. Yep, cool. Then we go to Black Bush, which is, there.
It's just outside the city.
Yep. Fume. Yep, so the headcanon is that Yoshi P is the minstrel. Or the minstrel is Yoshi P. Grant, no sooner did I arrive, this man running out of breath. It's a bandit from the Queveron Mons. They're fallen onto a chocobo carriage over the clutch. Only had 1 guard, solely outnumbered. Please, you must help him. With me, Grant. The OG. Yeah, no, because it's at the end of the Whatsamahoosies. So, like, I'll find the Realm Reborn thingy-majiggy and play that so you have an understanding. Damn it, there's no end to them.
Oh, so you actually turn into the Phoenix. So you're not actually mounting the Phoenix, you turn into it.
Oh. Leave my little brother alone. Alright, we're gonna go save him. There's no ordinary man. Retreat! Yeah, fuck off, potato people. Little potato.
How did you lose to an army of potatoes?
Potato. Oh, potato.
Widdly wee potatoes?
Widdly potato. Littly potato. I'm sorry I didn't come when I said I would. Sister, rest assured I'm not too badly hurt. That's a relief. Honestly, the sibling should have been like a little bit blasé, hence why I just kept it to. That's a relief. Good heavens. You're alive. GrantZeebs. I'll remember it. To send your foes running without even drawing your weapon. You're clearly a great adventurer. I still have a long way to go. Oh, hey, it's, what's-a-mahoozy dude?
Yeah.
That guy. From the, intro / the start of Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
Heading back to Uldar. Let us head back as well. I had a mind to pay the minstrel a visit in any case.
I'm probably going to head off and get myself ready for bed.
Not to worry, I need to get through this as much as I can, because I'm now like 30 minutes over schedule, and I have a Fortnite tournament to attend to tomorrow morning. That's right, chat! I'm in a Fortnite tournament! I have done no streaming of Fortnite except the one time, and I'm somehow going into a tournament with gifted subs on the line. I don't know how I did it, and the only thing I feel bad about is that I forgot to invite Code when they could have been asking for peeps, but I don't know when.
That's alright. I am working, so it's not a big issue.
Also, I need to fix this thingy-majiggy, because I did not move you in the correct position. Discord Fugies. There we go. Donk. Dink. Alright. Wandering Minstrel.
Alright, so I'll talk to you later, Grant.
Alright. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome back, my friend. This can only go well. It can only go oh so well. Were it not for Gran, there's no telling what might have become of the letters in Brennan. In the end, I was utterly useless. So that is how it happened. As Nagi's client, allow me to thank you and for coming to his aid. That being said, my boy, you are far from useless. Nay, you bravely defended the carriage until help arrived. There is no need to belittle yourself. Well, Grant didn't need to rely on anyone, no. He drove off the bandits with nary more than a stern look. I couldn't hold a candle to him. Like him, I want to be able to deal with any problem without help. Otherwise, I can't claim to be an adventurer worth his salt. Without help. I don't want to skip this cutscene. I can confer, like, by reading really quickly and what have you. I don't want to skip the entire thing, because then that might be unfair to some peeps. But yeah, I have to remember as well, before I, like, swap out from this thingamadiggy, I have to play the Realm Reborn starter thing to give Avalon PTSD. Just leave that running before we go into a raid or anything like that. Is Avalon even subscribed to me? No, they're not, so they don't even know that I'm planning this kind of thing. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be great. Nothing. Nothing, Avalon. Stop trying to listen into the advertisement. Everything's okay. Go listen to Soken on the Automate singing Lahi. Alright, do the thingy-madiggy, and then second mission will give us the Rising Phoenix Flute and all that kind of nonsense. No matter what it wants to do, it's my... be that as it may, didn't. Ding dong. He actually sang Lahi. Yeah, that's what I said. Go watch the one with him playing on the Automate. It's a good video. That is my experience to how I learned about who Soken is. Everyone else learns Soken because he has like 2 expansions worth of music and has done absolute fucking bangers. My experience and remembrance of him is, oh yeah, he played on the funny instrument. Fantastic. Where the fuck am I going? I'm going this way. What are they doing over there? Dun 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 dun. Bing, bing, ding, 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 ding. Is that so? I'm sorry. This is really something I should be doing alone. Still, it's nice to have someone to talk to. Like my sister bade me, I'm wondering why I chose to become an adventurer in the first place. Kif has looked after me. What about the face of the Adventurers Guild? Who else but Miss Momodi? In her capacity as a guild representative, she's bound to have some valuable insights. I'll seek her out at once. I need to do this mission so I can get to the bitter end. Get to the bitter end and... Wait, am I going the right way? Yes, I'm going the right way. I need to head to the other side. Sprinting! Here we go. The rest of the party is anywhere else but here, because they've already done this mission, and they've already gotten the cool... Oh, wait, no, they are somewhere around here. They're just watching cutscenes and such. Interesting. I thought they were long gone. There you are. I still remember when the blah, 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 blah. Cutscene time. You're playing the... Oh, there's a mini game? Okay, we're gonna skip to the mini game if we can. Well, now, if it isn't Grant and Nagiri, what do I owe the pleasure of both of you today? Hoping for things, explaining the whatsamahoozies and the thingamadogs. Dun, 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 dun. The misconception you develop about being an adventurer, that's an interesting one, I have to admit. Try as I might to figure it out, I keep going around in circles. I thought you might be able to offer some assist. Just doodle on the side. Not to worry, not to worry. I'm just gonna play a little bit of Lahi on the side. Because it's funny. Lahi? It seemed exciting. By the 12, I see now at some point my desire to prove myself to Kip has displaced my own motive for being an adventurer. Thank you for helping me. Think nothing of it. It's so great. Oh, it's so great. Okay, where am I going next? He's playing both the Otomes at the same time. No one in the VOD is gonna know what the hell was that. Alright, who am I gonna talk to? Oh, a letter with a chocobo drawing. Dear not-so-new traveler, as traveling merchants, I had my fair share of happy encounters, but sharing a carriage with you stands one above all. For you see, I went on to sell veritable crate loads of the ring I gave you, and turned it of a problem to my own carriage. You shared with me your adventurer's luck, and I count my blessings every day. Nice. Alright. Oh, with a blue chocobo drawing. Okay, hang on a second. That's with a quill. There it is, blue chocobo. Let's have a read of that one. Dear adventurer, how fares your journey? Mine continues, and I wake up to the sound of bird song and lie down to sleep beneath the moonlight as I seek unblazed trails. Long ago, when an adventurer aided me, I was made to realize how alike we are. Deep down, we are simpler travelers who are thrilled to make new discoveries. Thus do I write this letter now, in hopes of recruiting such like-minded souls to join me on an expedition. If you at all share in my desire to make the uncharted charted, then I invite you to seek me out at the Drowning Wench in Limsolominsa. Eagerly do I await your coming. Oh, I can't jump into the fountain. Damn it. At the twilight, no luck over here so far. How about you? Here's the letter. Blue chocobo, that's the one. Yes, it is. Was you just reading other people's letters? For this too, might I trouble you to accompany? Afterwards, I can ask you that you tell me how events will fall. I shall wait for you at the Ruby Road Exchange. Speak with what's Mahuzi over in... There we go. How dare, Avalon says. I put the volume of the game back up for this part. So they just have to listen to this. Think. You're here too, Grant? I must confess, I'm feeling rather nervous, so I appreciate your presence. Hi, Arya. This isn't answers, is it, Shasara? Oh dear, you came to find me. My apologies for taking so long. Have you found your answer? To begin with, I want you to look at this. We're just gonna go to Limsolominsa, I'm pretty sure. Let's just head to Limsolominsa. we're heading to Limsalo Minsa. Speak with... Oh, we're heading to the Ruby Exchange. Never mind. I thought we were going to be communicating with someone. Alright, Ruby Exchange time. Here we go. Ooh, bunny girl. Bink, and then... Where the fuck do I... Adventurers Guild. Let's go with that. And then over here. Oh, there's fireworks. Cutting through a tavern. Imagine if you're trying to make up for lost time in Queen Street Mall and you cut through the Hungry Jacks to, like, cut your corner. Imagine if you did that. Hey, Davey. Welcome back, my friend. Judging by expression, I see. Pleased I am to hear it. When we first set on our journey, it is usually for the simplest of reasons. Yet, as we make our way, those reasons may become lost in the haze of motivate, cause us to lose sight of what truly matters. In such a time, if we can but remember what prompts us to take our time, take our first step, we will always find the strength to take the next. These events have inspired a new verse in me, a verse about the dreams of those who seek new worlds and the hope of those who see them off. Alright, let's see what the music is. Oh, an aneurysm again! The echo once again, giving me brain damage. And flashbanging me. Who's flying this thing? Greetings, Warrior of Light. This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream? A flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind? Perhaps. Perhaps not. 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Nakoya Yoshida. Hey, that's Yoshi P! That's Yoshi P! And I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. 10 years have now passed since the world was reborn from its ashes, since we set forth upon this journey. Countless things have happened during that time, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many adventurers along the way. If truth be told, it hasn't always been easy. There are moments when I wonder why I must struggle so. Days when I'm tempted to cast it all aside. But in spite of this, I've always managed to carry on. And it is thanks to my wonderful comrades, and to you, our esteemed adventurers. By now, I must have been relegated with tens of thousands of your tales. You usually share them with a smile, but even when it is with a frown, you tell me that you're still enjoying yourself. That is true. I have been enjoying these adventures. 'Tis no exaggeration to say that I derive all of my driving force from you all. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Ours is an unending journey, and nothing would make me happier than if we could keep walking it together. And as you make your way, we promise that we will ever be at your side, matching your step for step. Now, the time has come for this vision to end. Time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. Much time has passed since the world was reborn from its ashes. Countless souls have made this place their home. Every single one has left an indelible mark. Okay. Much has passed since the world was reborn from its ashes. Countless souls have made this place their home. Every single one has left an indelible mark upon it. Hey, it's a phoenix. Together, we have built this world, and it is our sincerest hope that we shall continue to do so for many years to come. So please be safe and well. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. That was cool. Another flashbang. That was lovely. I dare say Nagi is aboard the airship by now. I pray that he and Kip will find happiness upon their respective paths. I hope you do so as well, my friend. If you would lend me an ear, I would dedicate these verses to your future. Oh, we get to hear the song this time. Ah, I was really hoping someone would sing this other than me. By morning's light the journey starts, a thrill of hope within our hearts. On westerly winds to river song, into the world where we belong. Above fields of white endure sky, sunset storm a crimson fire, jewels a glitter on a pitch black veil, a new day dawns, so goes the tale. By eternal wind we carry on, boldly towards a golden morn, with memories of a guiding star, shining our steps both near and far. Hopefully that worked. Where will you go? Whom will you meet? What will you see? There's no telling what the future holds for anyone. Yet come what may, I bid you never forget this. The bonds you forge, the memories you make, and the footprints you leave behind, they shall one day spur you forward. So pray, continue walking your own path. Whether your journey leads, I shall be praying for your happiness. That was very sweet. I like that. That was really good. Hey, and it has like the calamity symbol in it. That was cool. With memories shared, yet all on our own, as one we brave frontiers unknown, thank you for 10 years. Aww. That's actually really nice. I wonder if that's like his actual... I wonder if that's his handwriting. I wonder if that's like Yoshi P's handwriting, because that doesn't... That can't be a font. That... It feels... It feels very sincere. Wouldn't surprise you? I hope so. I know there's fonts out there that try to be cursive. You now have access to the letter forest at the Gold Court. Speak with the tender stationed there to read the letters. Additionally, you have unlocked the Kupo Adventure mini-game on the steps of Nold. Oh, is this the mini-game you were playing before, Sashera? By opening the toy chest in the inn. Nah, look at her. Hey. Just gonna sit here. Arya! Get in the circle! Get... Arya! Get in! That was great. This has honestly been like a very fun like first stream on the North American servers. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. There we go. Yeah. This is great. Oh, you readjusting? All right, you're readjusting. Oh, you can sit different ways? What? How many? Oh, I only have like one kind of sit. How do you do like the different sits? This is cool. Oh, C pose. I think I like this one. I think I like this one. All right. Donk. Yoink. All right. If I can, and then how do I make it so that it disable animation motion? Then dink. Yeah, the frog is clipping, so I'm take him out. Face the cat. Is there a way for me? So. Oop. Face the camera. Nope. There. Alright, and then. Screen look. And screen. And then. Oop. In a different angle. Damn it, pillar's in the way. And then. Wait, how do I. Oh, it's because I stopped all the movement, that's why. There we go. That's why. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. Everyone's doing a G pose. Alright, hang on. This should be a good one. So there we go. That way it's like, because if I do it here, then his head is down. But if I do it from here, his head's up a little. That's too high up. There we go. That's a good one. There we go. Alrighty. Screen look, escape, and the G pose. Because I now need to. I need to exit out of the game because I need to go to bed and do the this game is so much when you have people to do shenanigans with. We did do shenanigans. The shenanigans was good. I need to play something because otherwise. Oh no! I pressed the wrong. Damn it! It wasn't meant. I was meant to go back to the main menu. Shit. All right, hang on a second. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook. Square Enix, copy this, and then ding, and then dong. I'll have a look at who we're going to raid, but before we do that, there's something in particular I need to do very quickly, okay? Because otherwise... Alright, give me a moment, play. I'm doing something just before the patch is released, so, snooze for another 5 minutes? Alright. We're right. Hopefully. Here we go. Game. There we go. Just to remind Avalon. Yeah. Just to remind them of what happens. Alright, I'm gonna be looking for who to raid. You guys can deal with the Calamity all over again. I know exactly what happens in the Calamity. I was told how 1.1 went, or 1.0, sorry. Let's have a look. Who are we going to go raid into? So obviously the crystal is singing this. Not yet. We're watching this. We're not leaving this until fucking Louis Swag gets blasted. We're watching this until we get the PTSD fully done. There's our Warrior of Light. There's the party. Nice. Have I watched all the expansion trailers? Not the Endwalker one, I don't think. I've kept away from Endwalker. I've seen the Heaven's Ward and the Stormblood. But I'm just reminding people like you, Sacher and Avalon, about the cruelty of Bahamut and the Garlemalds in this moment. This happened because you failed. The community in 1.0 failed. There was no attendance, and the only way Square Enix thought they could conclude was like this. With the fucking moon. Everything burns. Dragon's just absolutely going baller. And there's Louis Sua's barrier. Then he gets barriered. There we go. Even with all those attempts, you can't seal Bahamut. That's it. That's all you get. Because that was the ending they gave you in Final Fantasy XIV Online. You didn't get the second half or A Realm Reborn when it first happened. The community had to suffer that death for several years. That was all you thought there was going to be before you finally got to A Realm Reborn and all the other cool shit. You know who and why the White Raven is. Ah, god damn you. Alrighty. Donk. Exit. Alright. We are gonna go on a raid. We're going to celebrate someone's birthday. It is Greenie Pika's birthday. We are gonna go raid into Greenie Pika. It is their birthday. I hope you'll join in with me as we wish them a happy birthday. Give me a second to find the correct emotes. Give me a second. I'm looking for like global emotes for like birthdays and what have you. Give me a second. Alrighty. So it's the party hats. All right. We are gonna go raid into Greenie Pika. They are an artist. They're a furry VTuber, and we're gonna be wishing them a happy birthday. Please ignore the fact that the thingy-majiggy is frozen behind me. It will probably not get fixed or anything like that. But I hope you'll all join in with me for this birthday thingy-madoogies. Carl smile, nice. I didn't know they had a Carl smile. But yeah, the next time I will be online will actually be relatively soon. Tomorrow morning. So basically in like 12 hours, I'm going to be online again, and I'm going to be streaming for the Fortnite tournament. Are we going to go for the Carl smile as well? All right, we'll go for one of those two things. But tomorrow morning is a Fortnite tournament that I'm going to be attending. There's like 100 other furries that are going to be doing it. There will be a stream delay, forewarning, because I'm going to go into this Fortnite thingy-majiggy. But I would love to, but I'm hoping I'll do all right. And other than that, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Aria, Sashara, Code, if you're still here. Davey Boy, thank you so much for joining on stream with me on playing a little bit of the Final Fantasy. I'm sorry there wasn't a dungeon or anything like that for us to attend in the main quest line. Oh, move.